Hello, everyone, and good morning, and welcome to the first ever conference on the Captagon drug trade in the Mediterranean and Middle East. My name is Caroline Rose, and I am the head of the Power Vacuums program and a senior analyst at the New Lines Institute for Strategy and Policy, as well as a co-author of a recent policy report titled The Captagon Threat, a profile of illicit trade, consumption, and regional realities. A reminder to our audience members that this discussion is on the record and will be recorded on the New Lines Institute YouTube page shortly after the conference concludes. If audience members are interested in fielding a question for our panelists, please click on the Q&A feature and we will address queries in the last 15 minutes of this panel discussion. I would like to start off by saying in my 3 years researching this trade, Captagon has mushroomed from a small-scale drug trade largely confined to the Levant and the Persian Gulf and popularly associated with terrorist actors such as the Islamic State. But it has evolved into a massive transnational illicit economy where tablets are produced in industrial quantities to satisfy both state and non-state actors seeking alternative revenue streams. Before we begin the discussion, I would like to introduce our distinguished series of speakers who've kindly joined us today across the world to discuss the Captagon trade and their ongoing research on the state and non-state actors that actively produce, traffic, and consume Captagon. First off, I'd like to start with Mr. Ian Larson, the Chief Syria Analyst at the Center for Operational Analysis and Research Studies, where he leads CORE's Syria team. And supports donor-led aid responses to the Syrian crisis. Larson is the author of an April 2021 core report called The Syrian Economy at War, Captagon, Hashish, and the Syrian Narco State. Larson is also the co-founder of the Security Policy Reform Institute, an independent grassroots think tank developing and promoting meaningful policy reform. Also joining us is Issam Al-Rais, a military expert at Itana, specializing in the military, economic, and political developments in Syria. Al-Rais formerly served in the role of spokesman of the Southern Front from 2013 to 2017. Al-Rais is a senior direct defector officer from Damascus, defecting from the Syrian army after serving there for 19 years, including within the Syrian army's headquarters and in the special forces. Following his defection, Al-Rais served as an advisor to Major General Salim Idris, Chief of Staff of the Free Syrian Army, and was a senior coordinator in the Joint Command of the Free Syrian Army. Al-Rais also served as an advisor to Dr. Riyad Hijab, the chairman of the High Negotiations Committee, which participated in the UN negotiations in Geneva as a consultant to the Syrian opposition's delegation, and served as a representative of the Southern Front to the Astana Conference. Joining us is also Mr. Charles Lister, a senior fellow and director of the Syria and Countering Terrorism and Extremism programs at the Middle East Institute. His work focuses primarily on all things Syria and on issues of terrorism and insurgency across the Levant, including the Captagon trade. Prior to joining MEI, Lister was a visiting fellow at the Brookings Institution, a senior consultant to the multinationally backed Syria Track 2 Dialogue Initiative, and as an analyst and Middle East head at IHS Janes in London. Lister is a consultant to the United Nations International, Impartial, and Independent Mechanism for Syria and a regular consultant and expert witness in counterterrorism prosecutions with law enforcement bodies in the United States, Europe, and Australia. He also testified to congressional and parliamentary bodies in the United States, the United Kingdom, and the Netherlands. And last but certainly not least, we have Mr. David Daoud, a research analyst on Hezbollah and Lebanon at the United Against Nuclear Iran and a non-resident fellow at the Atlantic Council. Prior to that, Mr. Daoud worked as a research analyst for the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, FDD, where he focused on Hezbollah and domestic Lebanese politics. Mr. Daoud has previously worked as an advisor on Israel and the Middle East at the Congressional Israel Allies Caucus, as well as a senior research associate at the Potomac Institute for Policy Studies, where he focused on terrorist organizations in the Middle East. I would like to open, of course, the floor to our participants for about 5 minutes of remarks from each individual participant on how they've perceived the Captagon trade in their own research, and of course, the state and non-state actors behind it. I'd like to start, of course, with Mr. Larson, and if all participants would like to turn on their videos, they're welcome to do so.
Thank you, Caroline, for the generous introduction and the warm invitation to participate. So before we begin, I'd like to suggest a three-pronged approach to understanding and ultimately combating the Captagon crisis in Syria. And the first prong concerns Assad regime narco-financing. I suspect much of this discussion today will concern the Assad regime's complicity in the drug trade and the options for sanctions, interdiction, law enforcement coordination, and border security. These are obviously important steps, but they are only partial solutions to the crisis. Allowing the conversation to end there marginalizes and neglects the Syrian population. The flip side of the coin, and the second prong to any comprehensive approach to Captagon in Syria, concerns local actors. We must understand all levels of the narcotics trade, not just the kingpins at the top. I would argue that ultimately, we must identify the means of creating long-range alternative livelihoods. Now, it's here that I would emphasize that the Captagon trade is not fundamentally ideological. It is not partisan, it is not sectarian, it is profit-driven. And in the case of Syria, it is arguably the last resort of actors who have few alternate funding streams and livelihoods. This is a consequence of the complete economic devastation of the legitimate economy in Syria and the lack of progress on producing a political transition or sustainable recovery. Narco-financing in Syria is worryingly cross-cutting as a phenomenon. There are, of course, Assad regime-linked traders, the 4th Division, Hezbollah forces, and checkpoint commanders. That being said, there are also armed opposition factions, reconciled war profiteers, Druze militias, Arab tribesmen, US military proxies, cross-line traders, and intergenerational smuggling networks. We must understand all these actors and their involvement in order to have a comprehensive view. If we want to seriously disincentivize their involvement in the trade, Syria will need legitimate national and local economic development. And for that reason, we should not allow the Syria file to drift from view, because this is not going to happen without political progress. Third and finally, I would like to emphasize that we must, as a policy community, identify policy and aid implementation that can be adapted to facilitate human security-oriented responses to this crisis. Now, what I mean by that is the need to identify means of introducing non-stigmatized addiction treatment, mental health and psychosocial support, and other forms of support to Syrians themselves. I would urge that humanitarian development practitioners should view such approaches as the thin edge of the wedge toward genuine Syrian first harm reduction and as a means of combating local demand. Now, to close these remarks, I would emphasize that the Captagon crisis cannot be resolved by sanctions, law enforcement, or interdiction alone. But we know who suffers, and if we're serious about confronting the Captagon crisis, despite the drift away from Syria in policy terms, we need to get serious about local actors and local consequences. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Larson. Next up, I'd like to invite Mr. Al-Rais to also make his opening remarks.
Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, everybody, for giving us this chance. Actually, I will start quickly about giving like very small introduction about the history of the area between Syria and Jordan borders and Syria and Iraq, because now it's becoming the main corridor to get the Captagon to the Gulf and to stay through Jordan. Before 2011, this illicit trade was exist, but it was mainly tobacco. What had changed during the Syrian revolution, the opposition controlled all the Syrian-Jordanian border and part of the Syrian-Iraqi borders, the armed opposition of the Syrian revolution. And then they, in 2018, after the reconciliations between the Russians and the armed opposition and the regime, we saw like a new layout of power in the area, which included the Lebanese Hezbollah and other Iran-backed militias recruitment. They recruited huge numbers at the beginning for many purposes, but then they shrank to be numbers just to secure their interests in the area. So the area we are speaking about is and the drugs trade and Captagon trade in Syria end up in 2022 on 3 levels. The first level is where's the Captagon or the chemicals are coming from. The second level, who's transporting these chemicals and who's getting it to the borders or to the area to smuggling. The third level is who's the players on the ground and who's supporting them and how they're doing it. So another question might raise to everyone saying, is it systematic and by the state and it is support by the state? I would say yes. Why yes? Because it stopped for 12 days after the efforts of the Syrian government trying to normalize with regional countries. It stopped fully for 12 days. What does it require? As a Syrian army officer, and I have a background of the border guards and the security on the borders, it requires one phone call with less than 1 minute to stop it. Can they stop it now? With the circumstances and the economic circumstances, I think that's now this drugs trade is becoming to be 1/3 of the economy of the Syrian regime. So mainly we are seeing here in the between Syria-Jordan borders the Captagon, which have lots of names. Sometimes it's being called as cars models like Lexus or a Range Rover and these kind of style. But also there's another threat, which is the meth or the shabwe, which comes from Iraq due to the price. So we are talking here about why Captagon? Because it's light, high numbers, easy to produce. Many factories with low capacity has been created in southern Syria after the 2018. But bearing in mind that there's like 2 to 3 big factories with high capacity, those who can produce like millions of pills every day. Why now it's getting more than before? Simply, these communities around the border, they are laying on this trade since it was tobacco and hashish before 2011, and then developed to be like a more complicated and systematic state support illicit trade. What we're seeing a help from the Syrian side to easy this mission for the smugglers, and which we call them sometimes on the local level carriers, because a bag of 25 kilograms of pills and some pieces of arms, sometimes you get paid for $10,000, which is it's like lots of money for a Syrian unemployed person. And sometimes, as I agree with my colleague when he said that this is not that this business is not enough for the locals to be connected to the warlords or the head or the kings of the producers. Planting in the south, we didn't see this happening because simply it didn't succeed. So that was like an end route for many of those who tried to create these farms. And we should always remember, after 2018 was the time when Hezbollah, locals, allies, and recruitments and leaders arrived to the region and have this influence which they have never had in Syria before 2018. And that's easy, this access to the Jordanian borders. Thank you.
Sorry, I had to take a moment there to unmute. Thank you so much, Mr. El Rais. Mr. Lister, if you would like to make your remarks.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Caroline. Thanks to New Lines for putting together this important conference. I'll take a sort of zoom out to give a different perspective, perhaps from my two colleagues, Ian and Issam, before me. As someone who runs a Syria program here in Washington, DC, it's hard enough to get traction or pick up on Syria writ large these days, with Ukraine and with the fact that, quite frankly, Syria fatigue within the policymaking community is a very real thing. If there is pickup, if there is traction, it might be on ISIS, it might be on aid access as the vote coming up in July in the Security Council, it may potentially be on sanctions policy. But this issue we're talking about today, Captagon, it barely registers. And it's kind of remarkable considering, I think, how significant the issue is. And I think that will become clear to listeners and to the audience as this conference goes on. But there are really troubling, I think, implications to that almost silence on this particular issue. I think internally, when you look at Syria, all of the ingredients remain to see Syria's instability sustain and continue to be as intractable as it has been over the last decade. All the root causes of the crisis that we saw begin in 2011, they all are still in place today. And most of them are worse today than they were in 2011. Now, the conditions and the prospects for the kind of violence and instability that we saw in previous years aren't necessarily there now. But as I say, the ingredients for different forms of instability are there. And I think this Captagon trade and as you called it right at the beginning, Caroline, the mushrooming of it in scale just speaks very loudly to to all of that. The Captagon production and the Captagon trade, as far as I'm concerned, has now become the lifeline for the regime and the broad and very complicated kind of business elite, big names, small names, and everyone in between. And it has become their lifeline in the last several years. When you look at the amount of seizures made in 2021, and I've had a bunch of discussions with organized crime experts specializing in the drugs trade in the Middle East specifically, and in and out of conflict zones. They suggest that when you look at the quantity of seizures in 2021, the total estimated production of Captagon in 2021 in Syria was likely worth about $30 billion, which is an absolutely enormous sum of money. That's about 40 times the scale of Syria's legal exports in 2021. So the amount of money we're talking about here is enormous. Recently, the US government, the Biden administration, released a report on the Assad family's wealth, which estimated its total wealth of the entire family to be $1 billion, which quite frankly is a laughable assessment when you talk about the Captagon trade alone. Why? Because I totally agree with what Ian in particular said, that it's not just a regime business. But I think when we look at levels of scale, the regime is by a very long margin the most significant player in this trade. We know plainly in a lot of detail about the significance of Maher al-Assad and the 4th Division, as well as Hezbollah in this trade. We know where the industrial scale facilities are that Issam mentioned. We know about their locations outside Damascus, in Homs, Aleppo, on the Mediterranean coast. We know about the network of smaller production facilities throughout the south. The head of Jordanian military intelligence was in Washington 2 or 3 months ago, briefing groups in Washington on all of this, with maps, with images, with identities of specific individuals. None of this is a secret to anyone in the policymaking community who works on Syria, but there has been no serious international response, discussion about it. And that's what I think is probably most troubling. Jordan faces the brunt of this Captagon issue right now with instability on the border. We've seen dozens of people killed in border clashes over the last 6 to 9 months, and yet it continues to engage with Assad and with Damascus. Iraq is increasingly becoming, I think, a new thoroughfare as security tightens along the Jordanian border, but Iraq too continues to cover regionally for Assad and Damascus. The Gulf, I think, remains the primary market right now, but I'm hearing a few troubling indications about Southern Europe becoming increasingly concerned about them becoming a new market. So this is a really even more than a regional issue. From a law enforcement and international law enforcement perspective alone, this deserves more attention. But for those of us who work on Syria on a day-to-day basis, this is a significant issue that, for those of us who still think we should be pursuing UN Security Council Resolution 2254, the Captagon trade is an enormous elephant in the room, but also an opportunity for policymakers. And yet it's being ignored. So I'll close out my opening comments there, but hopefully by being a little bit provocative, we'll be able to spark a bit of a conversation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lister. I really could not agree more in that, this has flown under the radar for quite some time, which is why I'm very excited to have you all with us today to shine a light on this. And last but not least, of course, Mr. Daoud, you have the floor.
Thank you, Caroline, and thank you for my co-panelists for being here, and thank you for hosting this. I'll be talking about Lebanon's importance as a drug producer and smuggling conduit. And what's not focused on enough, I guess, is how Lebanon acts as the flip side of the Syrian drug trade coin. This has been an ongoing problem in Lebanon prior to its inception. Its existence as a drug producing land territory. It has been a country of concern for U.S. law enforcement officials for decades. And this has only grown in light of Lebanon's ongoing economic collapse, the lack of productive economy. And now Captagon has become the drug of choice, where prior to that, heroin, cocaine, hashish still exist, but now Captagon, because of its ease of production, has become the main drug. Now, this is a consequence of several problems that have been endemic to Lebanon since its inception. Primarily, unproductive economy. You don't have an economy that is based on local production, manufacturing. This has led to an economic collapse that has left most people impoverished. This, in general, allows for the flourishing of alternate, let's call it, sources of income, illicit sources of income. You're dealing with a corrupt state, endemic corruption, country with a lack of national cohesion that's based on feudalistic principles rather than a unified national identity. This has led to the weakness of the central state and a weakness in law enforcement. This culture of lawlessness also obviously acts as a breeding ground for all types of illicit activities, including the drug trade. There are obvious problems that this poses for Lebanon's future and for the region beyond, with Lebanon acting as a drug smuggling conduit, including the corrosion of the country's social and political fabric. And this exists in symbiosis with the fundamental problems that have led us to this place, right? It increases the crime in the country. It leads to more corruption, which also feeds into the drug trade. It exists because of and leads to increased lack of law enforcement as budgets are cut back due to the collapsing economy. Law enforcement might turn to bribes or working or facilitating these drug smuggling networks in order to make a living. Lost economic revenue for the country, desperately needed economic revenue. And importantly, there's the security nexus. Given the involvement of malicious, let's call them, or nefarious actors like Hezbollah terrorist groups in the drug trade to one degree or another, and we'll get into that more, the degree that Hezbollah is involved in the drug trade, why, but it allows for sanctions evasions for them and for their patrons and partners through an unmonitorable, essentially, revenue stream. There's also an outgrowth of this security problem beyond just the obvious, which is providing funds to these destabilizing actors. There's also, I think, a more, perhaps less immediate, but more problematic security nexus where these drug smuggling networks, these criminal networks in Israel, that lead from Lebanon into Israel, into Saudi Arabia, into the Gulf states, can also act as intelligence gathering networks and conduits for terrorist activities, behind enemy lines, as it were. So hopefully we'll get into all of that. And I think that's something that's perhaps not highlighted enough, even on the recipient countries, and the security risk that this poses for them even domestically.
Thank you so much, Mr. Daoud. I couldn't agree more. And that's a really interesting point also about the intelligence gathering that can be conducted with some of these other transnational criminal organizations. I'm sure that some of you might remember back in 2020, which feels like a lifetime ago, when, of course, there was that Port of Salerno seizure, and an Italian mafia group called the Camorra was implicated, along, of course, with some regime-aligned actors that, of course, carried out that shipment. And I think it goes to show that the Captagon trade, it's not just constricted to the Levant. This really is a big picture illicit economy that is rapidly growing. I want to start off a bit broadly, and there's not a lot of literature on the Captagon trade. It's, of course, incredibly difficult to obtain information on how Captagon is produced, what's in Captagon, and of course the actors behind Captagon. But one of the most formative reports out there on the Captagon trade, I would consider, is, of course, the 2021 April report that Ian authored along with his colleagues over at Core Global. And that was, I think, a very formative and interesting and fascinating report that defined not only some of the state actors that were implicated in the trade, but that close partnership over the Syrian-Lebanese border, also, of course, with other organizations that are aligned with Iran, along with other organizations and tribes and networks in the region that help smuggle Captagon. And of course, this report was conducted in 2021, gathering data and information from 2020. In that time, we've seen the Captagon trade mushroom. I'm going to use that word again, mushroom, from a trade that was around just under an estimated $4 billion per year as its trade value. Of course, that was only the pills that were intercepted. It was likely much larger. And in the recent New Lines report that I co-authored with Alexander Söderholm, we tracked shipments. And again, only the pills that were seized and recorded, we estimated a 5.7 billion value. We're also seeing, of course, trade routes change, smuggling methods changing, and likely also production methods changing as well. And so I'd like to ask you, Mr. Larsson, how are you seeing this trade evolve? How are you seeing some of these transnational networks and these criminal organizations alter these routes? And for countries in the region and for the United States, what are the blind spots that we're not seeing with the nodes and checkpoints and routes being used?
Thank you, Caroline. That's actually, I think, probably the core issue that we've convened here to speak about today. I think this could be best encapsulated by looking at the Syria-Jordan border. And of course, with all deference to Isam, who is, of course, best placed to speak to this, being in Jordan right now, I would say that the southern border with Jordan has long been a key transit route for Captagon export. I think this is quite clear. Nonetheless, we have seen pretty significant evolutions along virtually every relevant metric in late 2021 and early 2022. I would say quite clearly in terms of scale and frequency, reported seizures for 2022 are already vastly outpacing those from last year. The trade has quite significantly also become notably more violent. Dozens of smugglers have already been killed in clashes with border security this year, even as border defense measures waver despite increased militarization and the introduction of shoot on-site rules of engagement. It has also been reported, of course, on the Syrian side of the border, that families in border communities have at times been displaced by this violence and by increasing smuggling activities. This is worrying, of course, from a humanitarian and protection perspective. The scope of the trade, in terms of blind spots, is also broadening, and I think significantly so. New drugs have entered the picture. Of course, methamphetamine is also part of this, but we're also seeing a continuing mixture of narcotics and weapons, which I think points to the fact that this is, of course, not only a drug activity question, but rather a concern of illicit economies more broadly. And finally, and this is concerning on all of these previous fronts, is the fact that this is evolving in technical terms. We've seen the growing use of armored vehicles, the introduction of smuggling drones operating in complex swarm patterns to evade capture, and there is, of course, a reliance on alternative pathways and drug mules. I think all of these things point to a fairly complex network that is, for lack of a better term, evolving due to evolutionary pressures.
Thank you so much, Mr. Larsson. And on that note, kind of on the topic of southern Syria and the Syrian-Jordanian border, just a few days ago, we of course saw a recent seizure, along, of course, with clashes between Jordan security forces and smugglers from Syria that had suspected ties and alignment with Iran-backed organizations, Hezbollah. Mr. Al-Rais, I'd love to hear your take on this. And of course, you yourself focus a lot on this region and the actors that have been involved. There's also a bit of production in this region, particularly in Sweda and Dara and a few other areas. And just recently, there have been reports that some of these militias and some of these organizations have been staking out new locations for small-scale laboratories and production sites that are close to these nodes for these routes and these nodes of trafficking that, of course, would reduce the cost, make it more feasible for smugglers to get this over the Jordanian border. And so, of course, while these existing clashes and the militarization of the Captagon trade is important, so is, of course, this increased production capacity so close to the border. How are you perceiving this issue and this challenge, and what updates have you seen in the past few months?
Thank you. First of all, I would say that it's increasing in a big time, and the amounts is the reason why there's a big demand on managing to cross the borders and to succeed with the smuggling. The first there were incident on 27th of January when we're around 37 people carriers from those who are carrying drugs has been shot by the Jordanian army on the borders because they didn't follow the engagement rules, and that day even the smugglers knew that the engagement rules has been changed from the Jordanian side, and that's basically happened after they noticed that the military intelligence and the border guards, in cooperation with the locals who are backed directly from Lebanese Hezbollah, here I want to say we shouldn't expect like some of the international community. People ask, like, how can we connect it to Lebanese Hezbollah? As they are expecting the Hajj of Lebanese Hezbollah giving the bidon of like the gallon of chemicals to the locals. No, the link is by protection, giving them IDs, and these IDs were found in the dead bodies of those people who were trying to cross the borders, and that easy they're crossing the checkpoints inside Syria. So should we expect a less attempts? No, at all. Like every day the attempts are getting higher and higher, and they're using the vision circumstances like sandstorms, the bad weathers, and now here in Jordan when we have like a bad weather here in Jordan, we expect that tomorrow morning we will hear about some killing on the borders for a simple reason that these guys, when they realize that the rules of engagement has been changed, they asked their donors, supporters, to change the techniques. I agree that they always develop new ways to go over the smuggling. So they use the drones even for Captagon, which is a very low amount of money to sacrifice a drone, even it's a commercial drone, but because of the urgent need to pass this kind of bills, or sometimes it used to be for meth, not for Captagon, but now they're going to use drones for meth. Thermal suits with training from experts how to use it and how to cross the UVI cameras. This is also something shows that they have a system support of training behind them. Tunnels has been digged and found out, but this wasn't commercial for them. So that's what stopped at some stage. Since March the 1st, around 14 tons of narcotics arrived to the borders to the villages of East Sueda, such as Sha'ab and other areas. Those are the active hotspots of the preparation of Captagon. The local factories actually is the lowest quality, and they are big part of their production is for local consumption, such as Daraa in the south of Syria. Because of the cheap price, they mix it with any flour or with any white powders just to make it higher, more amounts. But the good quality with the good packaging, those who are prepared to go to Jordan and to cross towards the Gulf, because basically in 2021 we did like a very simple study to calculate the price of the one pill of Captagon, which they call it lentil. This is the smuggler's language, is $0.3 at the border of Syria. And in Saudi or in the Gulf, in Kuwait, this could be paid for arrive to $5. So I totally agree with what Charles says about the income they're getting. The 4th Division transportation is clear on the border. We can our vision on the border of Jordan, we can see that the huge engagement of the 4th Division, the Iranian recruitment of the Syrian locals in this area, in addition to some Iranian foreigners, fighters, but those are not straight on the borders. We hear from the Jordanian border guards that the smugglers are hiding inside the Syrian posts. So it's now one state job to stop all of this, including the crossing border of Jabir, where we see like this systematic packaging. And for simple reason why I always insist saying that this is systematic by the state, because that systematic packaging system didn't start until the 4th Division take over the industry in Syria and the ironing machines and the melting and becoming the dominant force on all the trade and business after the economic crisis in Syria. So we are seeing the help of the 4th Division with IDs, with the packaging system. And if you go to Nasif Jabir today, you will see all these scanners, developed scanners on the Jordanian side. And when you cross to Syria, you see nothing. You see a custom guy waiting for the bribe for $100 to let the biggest car pass without any checking. So we should expect more. We should expect more production and more attempts on the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Alrees. This is very fascinating, and it does make me think In the past few years, we saw the Captagon trade as it's grown. Some of the elements that facilitated its growth was, of course, state-backed and in some cases industrial-sized maritime shipping from maritime ports along the Mediterranean coast. But I think what we've started to see, at least from my own research in the last year or two, is that we've seen the resurgence of overland drug smuggling with Captagon, and of course the Jordanian border, particularly since the border crossing was opened last fall. That has been a very popular route that has been used, and something that of course has flagged concern from both Jordan and its partners in the region and the United States. And kind of on that note, going back to what has enabled the growth of the Captagon trade, Mr. Lister, I'd like to ask you a question, because I remember all the way back in 2020, when I think everyone had a major wake-up call with the Captagon trade. Again, that Port of Salerno seizure, July 1st, 2020, at the time it was the largest amphetamine haul in history. And before there was an investigation conducted on the packaging materials, the cardboard cylinders that were used for the Captagon shipment, there was an excellent investigation conducted by Christian Reuter in Interspiegel that, of course, very, very much closely dug into some of the materials that were used and the smuggling tactics. But even before, I remember that you tweeted out, Charles, that there was no way that an actor like, for example, the Islamic State could have conducted a shipment of this size. And that was before we started to see a bit more of harder evidence come about the Captagon trade's actors and participants. But still, the narrative about Captagon is shrouded, of course, with being almost exclusively associated with the Islamic State, as it was in the mid-2010s. And if you start to look a bit about the narrative about Captagon in the context of, for example, Ukraine, there are a lot of rumors and allegations that Ukrainian resistance fighters and some actors are using Captagon and producing Captagon for their own revenue source. How would you characterize this narrative? And also, of course, how would you characterize the element of the Syrian state as it participates in the Captagon trade? And do you think that when we talk about the other actors that are involved, how would you characterize those connections, of course, because the state does have these connections with some of these non-state actor organizations?
So that's a good, complex, multi-layered question. I guess I would say, at the outset, Syria, as I think I and others have already said, we're in the 12th year of the Syrian crisis or conflict. And, 11 years ago, the conflict in Syria was extraordinarily complicated. It still is more complicated today, if not potentially even more so. And when it comes to today's discussion, as I think you were implying, there are overlapping layers of criminality between all actors in Syria. So the smuggling trade, smuggling of all kinds of things, crosses all conflict lines. Despite the fact that different actors are fighting each other on the battlefield, that doesn't necessarily stop them quietly accepting bribes and smuggling and exchanging criminal materials or what have you across those conflict lines. That has happened for the past 11 plus years, and it is continuing to happen now. And unsurprisingly, given how relatively easy it is to produce Captagon, you could do it in your kitchen if you really wanted to. Unsurprisingly, the Captagon trade is something that crosses all of these lines, and that there are actors of all kinds who have been involved in producing, smuggling and selling Captagon. But like that tweet, if I remember it correctly, back 2 or 3 years ago, I was trying to make the point that there just simply is no actor in Syria other than the state that would be capable of producing hundreds of millions of dollars, if not like $1 billion shipment of narcotics than the state. And to pin that on a terrorist group who, quite frankly, whose capabilities of doing many things was inflated through a kind of hysteria that I think gathered across the policymaking community, the analyst community, and the general public, was always an inaccurate one. And Syria has consistently suffered from a relative lack of understanding amongst all of those communities for the past decade plus. So it's not surprising that there are misunderstandings. It's certainly not surprising that a group like ISIS can be accused of being behind things like this. But for those of us who follow things on a sort of 24/7 basis, it's pretty clear who the lead front runner is in terms of the Captagon production. The other thing to note or to stress, because I think it's been implied already, is that the smuggling industry in Syria pre-2011 was pretty well established along all borders. I remember taking taxis from Damascus to Amman, and every single one I took, the taxi driver would stop some way down the highway, go into the trunk of the car and put stuff in your suitcase, and you were kind of expected not to say anything about it or your bag, and then you'd cross into Jordan, and as soon as you were over the border, you'd take it out and put it in the passenger seat. The smuggling was so entrenched; it was just total common practice. But we're in a very different state of affairs now than we were in 2009 or 2010 or any of the years before the crisis began. And the scale of this smuggling has obviously increased enormously. And there's one primary reason for that, and that is that the Syrian economy has been torn apart and destroyed and crippled. And for a regime who relies really only on intimidation to remain in power, it needs money in its hands, but it also needs to put money in the hands of a very big, complex network of quote unquote loyalists. And the Captagon industry provides an invaluable opportunity to do exactly that. This isn't Bashar al-Assad sitting in the presidential palace ordering for the construction of Captagon factories. This is a kind of unsaid, unwritten deal, a de facto ad hoc agreement between a very complex network of actors, but it allows the regime to retain the necessary control and power and loyalty of all of the various kind of actors that it needs to be on its side. And so long as we as the international community continue only to treat symptoms of the crisis and leave all the root causes and the drivers alone, this is only going to get worse. And for now, it's a regional issue of sort of tight concentration, but I think it's almost inevitable that it will become more than that over time. It's really just a question of when, and that we ought to be preempting that rather than waiting for some kind of spark to ignite our attention.
Absolutely. When we think about reading between the lines when it comes to implicating certain actors, using state-owned and access ports, and also, of course, as Mr. Al-Rais mentioned, it takes a 1-minute phone call with a lot of these key border nodes that at least requires some ministry level complicity. Again, I say complicity, it doesn't necessarily have to mean instruction. And I don't think that, there are many who've asked, of course, show us the receipts for a trade that is largely conducted off the books. And we may not necessarily get there with providing that exact level of evidence, but certainly when ports that are almost exclusively accessed and owned by some of these actors, and along, of course, with the fact that as Mr. Larson mentioned, advanced weaponry is used in these smuggling operations. You have to read between the lines and of course acknowledge that there's something larger happening with the Captagon trade. These aren't just kids in backpacks trying to get themselves over the Jordanian-Syrian border or the Lebanese-Syrian border. Mr. Daoud, I would like to focus a bit on Lebanon because this is also a very interesting side of the coin when it comes to the Captagon trade. And there have also been a lot of misconceptions about how Hezbollah and how Lebanese actors have contributed to the trade, whether they're there, whether they are serving as supportive elements or also agents of production and smuggling. And in the recent New Lines report, we had a map of Captagon production laboratories, and it surprised many because there were a lot of small-scale Captagon production sites that are concentrated in the Kalmoon mountain range. And at the time when we conducted the report, it's always fluctuating. They seem to outnumber some of the laboratories that we saw in Syria. Now, of course, in Syria, the capacity for production is much larger, and that's where we're seeing the millions of pills being produced. But in Lebanon, there is definitive evidence of Captagon being produced in many communities. Some residents report about a certain smell with amphetamine type production. And of course, they've played a huge role in facilitating Captagon through Lebanese informal and formal ports. And I'd like to ask, given the recent elections, where you see this participation going, because there was a narrative about Hezbollah being the party of Hezbollah, and of course a number of other accusations. Do you think that the economic collapse and recent elections will change Hezbollah's participation in the Captagon trade and perhaps embolden it? Oh, you're on mute.
I'm muted. I mean, let's start with unpacking the recent Lebanese elections. I'm of the opinion that it won't necessarily make any positive change. I think any positive change that was expected out of the diminution of Hezbollah's allies bloc, not Hezbollah's direct party, seats in parliament, is exaggerated. There are not two unified blocs juxtaposed against one another, where one is a definitive anti-Hezbollah bloc and one is a definitive pro-Hezbollah bloc. If anything, the pro-Hezbollah bloc still possesses a plurality of seats at 58 out of 128. And those are the only definitive parties that can be said to constitute a relatively unified bloc. Against them, you have remnants of March 14th, independents and so-called opposition that are of unknown quantity as of yet. So I don't think it will have an impact on restraining Hezbollah's activities, if that's what we're asking. If anything, given the ongoing economic collapse and the commensurate rise in the drug trade as a result, I see this activity continuing unabated, perhaps increasing as sanctions. I mean, the United States right now, we're involved in talks with the Iranians that seem to have stalled. Obviously, this all kind of is interconnected. If those funds for the Iranians are not unlocked, and obviously Hezbollah gets some of its funding. We can't really put a percentage on how much funding, but enough funding from the Iranians. If that revenue stream remains constricted by U.S. sanctions, continued U.S. sanctions, then they're obviously going to have to resort to alternatives, part of which is involvement in the drug trade. And if you'd like, I could get into kind of where that involvement is, what it looks like, how that fits into kind of Lebanon's general role as a drug production and smuggling hub, again, for decades. We as I've mentioned earlier, the United States since 1954 has considered Lebanon a country of concern. Right, the DEA's predecessor, the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, marked it as such decades back. And according to a report that came out at the time, said that narcotics trade and production is so effusive in the country that, quote, one might well state that the Lebanese government is in the narcotics business. This narcotics trade, as I'm sure your report showed, centered in the Bekaa Valley. It's ideal because of its distance from the central government in Beirut, its fertile land, it's small clans that exist there that kind of act as incubating fiefdoms for all types of activities, including drug smuggling. This increased during the Civil War. And by the end of the Civil War, 1990, Lebanon existed as a multi-billion-dollar drug economy. Now, estimating that size of that economy is difficult because of the lack of accurate numbers and Lebanese law enforcement's traditional laxity, not just in regards to this, but in general. But a Washington Post report in 1990 estimated that by the end of the Lebanese Civil War, drugs, hashish, heroin, and cocaine were Lebanon's, quote, single largest export commodity, accounting for well over half the foreign exchange earnings of the country. It's a very small economy. This is what we're talking about in terms of the drug trade. Now, why is this the case? Why is Lebanon so ideal? I think for some of the reasons that now make Syria so ideal for being a drug production and smuggling hub. It's a weak central state at this point. Law enforcement is lax. This creates a general state of lawlessness in the country, not just regarding the drug trade, but in terms of all types of law enforcement. The lack of a cohesive national identity. The combination of these two factors has created, for lack of a better term, subsectarian fiefdoms, not even sectarian fiefdoms, but you have, within the Shia community, you have multiple, you have Amal Hezbollah, within the Maronite community, you have multiple leaders. These fiefdoms are more interested in their own, or these leaders of these fiefdoms are more interested in their own profit, and their own power, and rather than feeding into the well-being of the state or the general populace. And as such, they act as incubators for illicit activities. One of these fiefdoms, obviously, is that of Hezbollah, and within their fiefdom, there is this drug production, smuggling activity. You also have the endemic corruption and the unproductive economy, which makes a lot of people turn to this as an alternative. As I said in the past, marijuana and hashish, cocaine, heroin were the main drugs. Now it's Captagon, and it's interestingly the only part of the Lebanese economy that is presumed to have continued to grow after the economic collapse. Now, as you mentioned earlier, there are production centers in the Bekaa Valley. It's obviously in Hezbollah's territory, and Lebanon also acts as an important conduit for Captagon and other drugs coming out of Syria to the Gulf states, particularly. The drug trade in 2016, I think, was estimated, or Captagon trade was estimated at 1 billion. I think per your report recently in 2021, Caroline, it's at 5 billion. Now, this is an economy that, as of the economic collapse, the total economic exports, total illicit exports out of Lebanon are under 5 billion. So this is a huge part of the Lebanese economy at this point. There have been seizures, but there was a spike, I guess, in 2014, and a recent spike also after the crisis with the Gulf states. Now, one has to wonder if this is just a temporary cosmetic measure at which the Lebanese excel, or also, the other side of it, even in the best case scenario, are these criminal networks that smuggle the Captagon going to adapt to law enforcement methods and be able to circumvent them? Particular problem as the budgetary constraints impact Lebanese law enforcement, the ISF. Now, in terms of the facilitators and the actors, it's not Hezbollah directly, right? And I appreciate the distinction that you and Isam and Charles made between direct involvement and complicity, right? The people producing, growing the drugs in general, clans in the Bekaa Valley, of the Jafar clan, the Zohaitar clan, the Hamiyya clan. The most famous drug lord in Lebanon is Noor Zohaitar. So what is Hezbollah's role in this? So let's start with dispelling some of the myths and the rumors. There's no evidence in open source that Hezbollah's leadership is giving direct orders to its operatives to engage in either trading drugs, or producing drugs, or smuggling drugs. It's not that easy, right? There have been unsubstantiated rumors over the years. There was a fatwa that was, I think, if I recall, was dated 2012 or 2013, attributed to Muhammad Yazbek, the head of Hezbollah's judicial council, Sharia council, that alleged to show that he had given some kind of religious permission to produce drugs despite it being forbidden in Islam. This, to me, seems like nonsense, to be very blunt. And I would say that the source of this is probably either Syrian opposition or Israeli intelligence. There's also been rumors that Captagon was being produced in Hezbollah-controlled houses. There's no evidence of that. Now, what Hezbollah is doing is benefiting from pre-existing streams. They are facilitating, they are providing the incubating environment to allow this to grow and to go on. And it does this through affiliates versus direct members, and tapping into pre-existing drug networks. They need to operate in a manner that allows them plausible deniability. Hezbollah, in a country rife with corruption, what helps it maintain its control over its base is an undeserved, if you ask me, but an image of incorruptibility, that they are the ones with clean hands. They need to maintain that. So having direct members, having something that can be tied directly to leadership, that says, here is the order to produce X amount of Captagon and smuggle it to wherever, Saudi Arabia, even Israel, or it would harm that image of incorruptibility. So what they do is they work, as we saw. This reminds me constantly when I talk about the drug trade. I'm reminded of a speech that Nasrallah gave in 2020, after Germany had criminalized Hezbollah. He said, we don't have direct Hezbollah members. We have basically people who are moved by their emotions to support us. I think how they operate in the drug stream is also similar, that they work through affiliates and people whose sympathies might lie with Hezbollah and who are willing to reach a modus vivendi of the group. To going to their image of corruptibility, right? When Hezbollah, direct Hezbollah members have been involved in the drug trade. There's the famous case in 2012 of Sayyid Hashim al-Musawi, who's the brother of Hezbollah MP Hassan al-Musawi. He was producing Captagon, calling it Habbat al-Barak or Habbat al-Sayyid. They purged him from the party, forbade him from even, putting on a beard, forbade him from wearing his clerical robes to show that we have nothing to do with this. Now, what are their incentives? Obviously, there's the profit incentive that we discussed earlier. I mean, this is as sanctions tighten, having illicit or unmonitorable streams of income becomes more lucrative to actors like Hezbollah. The other side of the coin that I want to address is the intelligence and security gathering. If you have, I'll analogize from the Israeli example where Captagon doesn't seem to have been an issue, but Israeli security forces are routinely seizing cocaine and hashish shipments coming in from Lebanon. I think cocaine has been one of the big problems recently. So there is the profit that can be made from the Israeli market, obviously, but using these pre-existing smuggling networks also allows an actor like Hezbollah to smuggle weapons into Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories to certain actors, funds for recruitment, using these criminal networks to gather intelligence on sensitive targets within Israel. And it also allows these groups kind of a choice during sensitive times to act behind enemy lines. Imagine a situation that similar to what we would have to imagine. We can go back to May 2021, where pre-existing tensions between Arab and Israeli Jews erupted into riots, sectarian or ethno-religious riots. Hezbollah afterwards considered this a strategic sea change. I can't imagine they wouldn't have a desire to tap into this, using criminal networks to carry out attacks within Israel of a nationalistic nature, to quote, to kind of quote the term used preferred by Israeli security officials. You have one of these actors go and burn a synagogue and make it obvious that it was someone from the Arab community that did it. This gives ground for right-wing Jewish extremists to go attack Arabs, and you've created a situation whereby you can light the country aflame, so to speak, from the inside. Now, I can't imagine they're not creating contingencies through these drug smuggling networks also into countries like Saudi Arabia or any other of the Gulf states, which Hezbollah and Iran also consider to be adversaries. So that, I think, is another part of the concern of what Hezbollah and these actors are doing.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mr. Daoud, because it's really fascinating too how Captagon, in some cases, how it's been criminalized as an illicit drug, and of course has tainted a lot of the reputations of these actors, but also, of course, how it has garnered a degree of popular support, given that it is a trade that has generated alternative revenue streams. And amidst these economic crises, many of these constituents and many of these communities have reportedly supported Captagon production. And, if you ask, is there a stigma around Captagon production? Some of course, in interviews have said that, no, not at all. Why wouldn't they resort to production of these illicit streams of revenue? And so I think that's a really important point. I'd like to turn to Mr. Larson, just because we haven't really touched on this aspect yet. And Northeast Syria, this is an area where Captagon smuggling in the last few months, actually, there's been a lot of attention, particularly along the Syrian-Iraq border. And amidst such a severe uptick in Captagon shipments being sent to Iraq, I'd like to hear about some of the research that you and your team at Corp conducted regarding Captagon streams through this region, and also, of course, any other actors outside of the regime, 4th Division, Hezbollah, and some of those affiliated actors. What's the alternative landscape of Captagon, particularly in the Northeast?
Thank you, Caroline. I think this really does paint a target on one of the major data gaps that we have with respect to Captagon in Syria. Now, of course, I think we have a fairly good understanding and a lot of consensus about how production itself is managed throughout the country. That being said, the picture for smuggling and trafficking is significantly more diverse. Everywhere and in all contexts, in all zones of control, smuggling activities are dominated by traders, traditional smuggling networks, and in particular, military actors who control checkpoints. Now, these actors are willing to suspend searches, kind of traditional kind of checkpoint activity, in exchange for bribes or a cut of profits. Our field research indicates, exactly as David so descriptively and notably described with respect to Hezbollah and Lebanon, that this amounts to the creation of an incubating environment. Now, it is fundamentally, and I would say importantly, enabled by the weakness or outright absence of credible, legitimate government in most zones of control in Syria. Now, it isn't surprising, therefore, that the drug trade continues because it empowers and enriches these armed actors of all affiliations, simply because they hold territory and they can offer protection. So specifically with the reference to the Northeast, I mean, you are absolutely correct that this region has grown in importance in part because of additional scrutiny and changing conditions on other kind of zones of control, in particular with respect to Lebanon and the south in Jordan. So this region has grown in importance as Iraq has seen increasing capacity since 2020 to emerge as a definitive market and transit route to the Gulf. Now, there's of course evidence of an active trade across northeast Syria. We know, for instance, that Yaroubiya has served as a critical smuggling point between the KRG and the northeast. If we look south across the Euphrates River, we see areas of nominal but tenuous government of Syria control with strong presence of Iran-backed militias. Among them is Abu Kamal, crossing with Iraq, which serves as an ingress point for chemical precursors and other components of narcotics which are used in manufacturing. That being said, in this case, I think it's less clear to what extent those particular routes are used as export channels for finished drugs to the Gulf. But I think broadly speaking, with respect to the Northeast and Eastern Syria more generally, it is clear that these routes are gaining in prominence in part because of the heightened scrutiny elsewhere. But of course, as noted previously, there is every reason for all controlling actors in the country to participate in and profit from smuggling and trafficking, even if they're not directly involved in large-scale production.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. That's a great point made. I have one more question before we move on to audience questions. And of course, those who are watching, please feel free to submit any questions that you're interested in hearing from our panelists in our Q&A feature. Now, Mr. Al-Rais, and I also think that Mr. Lister, you might also have some insight on this. There has been some concerns regarding the flow of Captagon trafficking from the Syrian from Syria into Jordan, particularly with the potential pivot of Russian forces that are very active in some of these areas. And the impact that, of course, this would have on illicit flows, challenges to Jordanian border security, and of course, the violent clashes and often fatal clashes that we've seen in the last few months, actually in the past year. How do you see these fluctuations, and do you have a potential forecast? Do you think we're going to see an uptick in smuggling if Russian forces do reduce their capacity in the region? Do you think that Russia has been, in some cases, I don't want to say stabilizing, but a deterrent to a lot of these smuggling forces and these networks that have been operating in the area? Mr. Rais, if you want to go first, and Mr. Lister afterwards, if you have additional comments.
I would start to say that I don't think Russia mind that. They tried in some few efforts in 2021 when they brought some members of their Fifth Corps forces in Syria, and they enforced to put them on the border guards posts to watch the situation. And lots of complaints came back to Damascus to remove these guys. So they, at the end, they hold off their hands. And the Russian presence, we're talking about at their peak numbers in the south, we're talking about around 200 Chechen Russian military police without like a high general commandership that the generals used to visit just for the settling status or the settling centers. So I would say it worked very well even with Russia, because when any country wants to stop this, they speak to Russia because they don't have a direct connection with the regime. And Russia always say, why are you speaking to me? Go back and speak to the regime, because it's on the interest of Russia to normalize the Assad regime and to help him in getting back to the Arab League and to have all the support. And it works, actually. They got like calls from the head of the states. They get visits for the first time. So I think, in addition, I would 100% agree with Charles when saying the effect on this region is not going to just limit to Jordan and the Gulf and the Captagon effect and the chemicals and the bad thing behind this. It's wider than that. We are seeing now a bad understanding and a change in positions to the Ukrainian-Russian war. So even Russia is gaining from this by making these countries need Russia to stop this poisoning materials coming to their countries. So they are speaking to Russia, please stop the Captagon from coming through Syria, and Russia is using it. So Jordan and the Gulf is not able to give like a very straight direction, direct position from what's happening in Ukraine, for example. Why? For simple reason, they need Russia now. So it's not just helping Russia to use this as a stick, as a political stick on very important issues. It's also helping the regime. The regime is making many countries returning just to speak about how can we stop this and how can we fix that. So I think without a big solution for Syria, keeping a state led by mafias, as Charles said earlier, this is it will affect the whole region. And by the way, even Europe and the US, because now there's new techniques to send the Captagon to the Gulf from a European country, because it's not going to be checked as it's coming as fruits from Syria. So they are using like all these techniques. Even they are thinking about factories in Europe. So this is not going to stop here without a whole solution to Syria, because unless we reach a political solution in Syria, it's not going to be a final solution for this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Lister, if you have anything to add.
Yeah, I'll just jump on perhaps just to reiterate a few points. I mean, first of all, as Issam very rightly said, Russia has either chosen to or just simply not ever deployed sufficient resources to southern Syria to do anything much in terms of controlling almost anything. 100 to 200 military police in the entire southern region of Syria was never going to stabilize the region, when it's certainly not going to cut back against an extensive, regime drug smuggling operation of the like of which we've described this morning. So that's the first point. Second point, I guess, just as a sort of point of emphasis, seeing as we're discussing mostly Syria today, is that there's still no evidence that Russia has redeployed, moved, withdrawn forces from Syria because of Ukraine. There is still no evidence that any Syrian fighters have been recruited and gone to fight in Ukraine. So still to this day, the media is reporting on this. And there was a story recently about barrel bomb experts being sent to Russia to advise for their war in Ukraine. Still, also that makes absolutely no sense. So there's for a whole variety of reasons that we don't have the time to get into today. But this whole issue of considering Russian withdrawals or reduced resources in Syria, I think needs to be viewed with a very, very skeptical lens. Of course, it's right that we scenario play, but as of now, policymakers have long said Russia's done quite a lot in Syria with a very minimal footprint. And that very minimal footprint doesn't really necessarily need to be withdrawn, and it wouldn't make a particularly significant impact on Ukraine even if it was moved. So just thought it was worth sort of reiterating that skepticism.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lister. I think we're going to move on to audience questions right now, a few minutes early. And I'd like to start off with one question that's been posed by Jonathan Atkinson, which is a really great one. And it's beyond the regime. Do we know what degree Captagon is produced in Idlib or Turkish-held areas, as well as the Northeast? And I know we just touched upon the Northeast, but I know that, Mr. Larson, that you've done extensive work on Captagon produced and trafficked in these regions. I would like to just briefly, add my quick thoughts on this. As just recently, we've seen a lot of Captagon interdictions in some of these areas, particularly with organizations such as HTS, in smaller quantities than what we see in the Persian Gulf. But I think that the sudden uptick in interdictions is quite notable. But of course, I would also like to field this to Mr. Larson, given your work on this.
Sure, thanks, Caroline, and thank you, Jonathan, for the question. The Northwest, in particular, HTS-held Idlib areas remain, to my opinion, or to my mind rather, the most significant data gap concerning local production, trafficking, consumption. I think it's quite clear that HTS as a group has made a fairly concerted effort to crack down on this, at least in the public aspects, but concerning kind of overland transits, issues of that type, there seems to be significantly less activity than in other areas of Syria. And I would go so far, despite limited evidence, to suggest that it is perhaps one of the quietest areas in this respect in all of Syria. Although again, that is based on limited evidence to date. That being said, the picture kind of to the east, in northern Aleppo in particular, in conventional opposition-held areas is somewhat different. Military groups and militia groups there control the trade that feeds narcotics into southern Syria and across to the northeast, and they are seemingly the vital connecting point between government-held areas and the SDF-held territories to the east, which ultimately, of course, lead into Iraq and the Arab Gulf.
Thank you so much, Mr. Larson. We have another question, and this is quite interesting, kind of the geopolitical dimension of Captagon. And it's from Ader Suarez, and it's, would you say that the involvement of the Assad regime in the Captagon trade, as well as their inseparability from Iran, is going to throw a wrench in the rapprochement with the rest of the Arab world, especially with Gulf countries? And I know that all of you have done work it's in some elements, regarding to this question and relating to this question. But first, I think that, given Iran's involvement, Mr. Daoud, if you have an answer to this, and of course, if Mr. Lister and Mr. Al-Reis, and of course, Mr. Larson, if you want to add, feel free to do so.
Sure, thank you. I'm kind of tend to take the pessimistic approach on most things. So my sense is that no, Iran's involvement goes much deeper, and the way we see either the Gulf countries or other actors trying to, there's been a narrative that's been developing, or an idea that's been developing, that interaction with the Assad regime can somehow peel it away from Iran. We've seen this, by the way, play out in Lebanon, my area of expertise. And it's failed because the Gulf countries and the other actors aren't willing to go as deep as the other side in terms of supporting their proxies on the ground. I can give you an example. We recently spoke to Egyptian foreign minister, given a roundtable at the Atlantic Council about this type of dynamic. My sense initially was that if there's any country qualified in the region to confront the Iranians on every level, it's really the Egyptians rather than any of the Gulf countries. And his position was firmly that they will not be going to the point where they'll be involved in domestic politics, but they would continue trying to, prop up Lebanon or Syria. So my sense is they're creating an uneven playing field, and it doesn't seem like the involvement in the drug trade will be the straw that breaks the proverbial camel's back in terms of this involvement. I think they will continue to regardless, to try to work with the Assad regime under this impression that continuing to work will peel them away from Iran.
Would any of our other panelists like to add any points answering this question? If not, I have another really interesting question from the audience.
If I may, just briefly, I would say, essentially in agreement with David. I think the trend towards normalization that we've seen develop, in a quicker fashion over the last 12 months, is about sort of much bigger things than a drugs trade that, quite frankly, Gulf governments don't seem to be particularly concerned about beyond, some limited discussions on border security. The one Gulf government that is still concerned about it is Saudi, and Saudi remains opposed to the normalization of the Syrian regime, at least for now. I've certainly been in private conversations with Saudi leaders where they've made it quite clear that Captagon is an issue of concern for them, and if it continues to worsen, that's just another reason to remain skeptical of there being any value of seeing the regime return to the Arab League, for example, which is the active discussion and conversation that's going on today. But I think when you look at the UAE, for example, I think normalization is much more about regional geopolitics, positioning the Emirates within a rapidly transitioning region, like the Russians, I could have said in the previous question and answer, Russia is quite happy with messy solutions. In fact, that may very well be their preferred option. When you look at southern Syria and it being in a completely intractable state of latent insurgency and conflict and instability, I actually don't think that's a bad thing for Russia. I think they're quite content with restive areas remaining restive and thus distracted and controlled and what have you, than being totally stable. That's when you start to see potential political opposition resume. And so within that context, the Captagon trade is not necessarily a problem either. But on normalization specifically, no, I don't see the Captagon trade or Iran's involvement being a major determinant of whether or not these kind of actions continue. But last thing to say, normalization until now has been largely symbolic. We haven't seen hundreds of millions of dollars of investment in reconstruction in regime areas. We haven't seen the Syrian regime returned to the Arab League. The regional energy deal on Lebanon looks like it's faltering right now in large part because of continued skepticism about the regime, about corruption, about US sanctions. So that kind of conversation about normalization also needs to include that kind of qualification, I would say, as well.
Thank you, Mr. Lister. I have one last question, and this is a really interesting one from Jean-Marc Mojan from the AFP news agency. He says that you've talked about the responsibility of the corrupt Syrian regime and the responsibility of a corrupt Lebanese state. But can a trade of this size flourish without the complicity of high-level state actors in Jordan and Saudi Arabia? Mr. Al-Rais, Mr. Daoud, Mr. Lister, Mr. Larson, if you all have any remarks on this or insights.
I would just add my experience from working a little bit with border guards in Syria. Always the human factor is there. And of course, that comes to Saudi Arabia with Jordan, and Jordan borders with Syria. There's definitely a human factor, especially when we're speaking like a very well-equipped borders and with all the sensors needed and with the help of lots of players. But the involvement of the Syrian regime is not just this can give you like I can say 25% of, they call it, we bought the route. We bought the route for like 2 hours or whatever, but we are seeing like a more developed techniques, which is obviously trying to cross. There's shipments coming from Nasib border through the equipment, through the machines. So here there's no human factor. There's Jordan trying their best. There's Saudi Arabia trying their best, but who can imagine that inside the pomegranate is going to have Captagon? Who's imagining that inside the tires? Inside the tires now, they're developing like lots of, and this comes to the question I heard about Northwest. Yes, there's lots of local factories in Northwest. The difference between Northwest and the regime-held areas that this Captagon produced in Northwest of Syria, they need to send it to Turkey to be packed inside marbles or inside whatever, because they need industry, they need machines, they need the state to be supporting kind of this kind, or big factories. In Syria, this is always available because since I said 2018, 2019, when the domination of the fourth division came over the industry, that was the time when they have the whole control over factories. Some of the milkman owners, they didn't know that inside their milk there would be a Captagon. Some owners of business, so that means that they have their own lines to package the Captagon. Yes, definitely there is a human factor and there's corruption is involved in this.
Absolutely. And I would like to also add as well, I think that given the supply disruptions from COVID-19, there's been a huge amount of pressure that has been placed on customs systems across the region. It's not necessarily just with Saudi Arabia. And so, of course, the pace of processing some of these containerized shipments, I think, has adversely affected the interdiction and detection capabilities of a lot of these customs systems and officials. Again, like Charles Lister mentioned at the beginning of this discussion, what's seized only represents a fraction of what is there. And, there's a degree of corruption, but also, of course, the degree of just the fact that a lot of these customs officials can't process everything. They can't put everything through x-rays. They can't have sniffer dogs detect absolutely every shipment that's coming in, whether suspicious or not. And so I think that has been something that definitely should be addressed on the level of law enforcement and interdiction. But I'd also like, of course, to ask if any of our panelists would like to answer that question before we move on to our outro and thanking the audience. Great, wonderful. So with that, unfortunately, we're coming to a close with this discussion. I just want to thank everyone, of course, our panelists for taking the time out of their very busy days to be with us to discuss the Captagon trade. As someone who's been researching this for the past few years, it's very exciting to have a discussion on this and to shine a light on this very important issue that is very much flown under the radar of state institutions and international institutions. And of course, discuss not only the side of supply, but also, of course, demand and the many different solutions that can be addressed by both the United States and its partners in the region. And so thank you all so much for being with us. And thank you, of course, to our audience members for joining us today for this New Lines Institute conference on the Captagon trade. My name is Caroline Rose. I head the Power Vacuums program. You'll see a lot more work on the Captagon trade as this conference launches a special project on the Captagon challenge. And of course, please do check out our panelists' work and research on this very important issue. A reminder also to audience members that in 15 minutes, we will proceed with our second panel on Captagon's regional implications from 11:45 to 1:15 Eastern Standard Time. And of course, a final panel on a U.S. strategy on the Captagon trade at 1:30 to 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So please stay with us if you're able to, and we'll be right back after this very short break. And thank you so much and have a great day. Hello, everyone. For those who are just joining us, welcome back. And thank you all for tuning in to this New Lines Institute conference on the Captagon trade, an event celebrating the publication of a recent New Lines policy report titled The Captagon Threat and the launch of a special project on the Captagon trade in the Power Vacuums program. My name is Caroline Rose, a senior analyst and the head of the Power Vacuums program at the New Lines Institute for Strategy and Policy, as well as the co-author of the April 2022 New Lines report on the Captagon trade, along with Alexander Söderholm. A reminder to our audience members that this discussion is on the record and will be recorded on the New Lines Institute YouTube page shortly after the conference concludes. If audience members are interested in fielding a question for our panelists on the record, please click on the Q&A feature and we will address queries in the last 15 minutes of this panel discussion. So in our second panel of today, I am joined by distinguished experts and diplomats from the Mediterranean and Middle East to discuss the Captagon trade's regional implications. I'd like to quickly also start with a bit of my own experience with this research. When my co-author Alexander Söderholm and I first embarked on this research endeavor, Captagon pills were often smuggled in the low thousands among warlords, militants, and civilians. But it's now common to see a seizure almost every week with pills not in the thousands or hundreds, but in the millions in maritime land ports across the Gulf, Levant, Southern Europe, and even as far as East Asia. Such a high pace of growth has come along with a slew of regional insecurity, health implications, complicating policies that seek to address both supply and demand. This has rightfully raised questions about the future of the trade and its regional consequences as it's boomed in both the Mediterranean and the Persian Gulf. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Rod El-Fouer, a Jordanian diplomat posted at the Embassy of Jordan in Washington, D.C. since September 2021, where he handles the portfolio on think tanks, among others. He previously served in the Embassy of Jordan in Tel Aviv. He joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as a diplomat in 2013, having served in the ministry's Bureau on Negotiations Coordination, as well as in the Department of International Relations and Organizations. Prior to joining the ministry, he worked at the Center for Strategic Studies at the University of Jordan from 2010 to 2013, conducting research and polls on various political issues. Please also join me in welcoming Ms. Dora Katuti, a political counselor for the Middle East, North Africa at the French Embassy to the United States. Previously, Ms. Khatouti served as the second counselor for Syria, Yemen, and Jordan at the French Embassy to Jordan, and a desk officer for the Middle East peace process in the French Ministry on Foreign Affairs, North Africa and Middle East Department. Thank you so much, both of you, for joining us today for what will no doubt be a fascinating second discussion on the Captagon trade. I'd like to open up for opening remarks with both of you to discuss your own country's perspectives on the Captagon trade and how it's boomed in the region and how you perceive this potential security and health threat in the region. First off, I'd like to open the floor to Mr. El-Fawer and then, of course, to Ms. Khatouti.
Well, thank you, Caroline, for putting this panel all together, and also thank you for the important report that you have recently issued. It's a first of kind report that tackles very important topic, not only in the region, but also beyond. With the recent intensifying and aggressive behavior of the smugglers to Jordan, and also the size of and the quantities that being captured not only in Jordan but also in the Gulf, Europe, and as you mentioned in Malaysia and Hong Kong. So let's put it in. Start with the background. Historically speaking, Jordan was path for traditional or the traditional types of drugs like cocaine and heroin that comes from the region to the GCC and other countries that can afford buying these expensive drugs. But with this Captagon and crystal meth, which is chemical-based drugs, Jordan also became a market for these drugs. The problem is not only security problem, it's also, as you mentioned, has health implications, it has economic implications, and also it is impacting the social coherence among youth, Jordanian youth. In this session, I will respond to more questions, and I will explain how this problem and Captagon trade becoming a threat to Jordan and the region.
And Ms. Khatouti, if you would like to speak as well with opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Caroline, and very happy to be here. Thank you for having me, and very glad to be back with my colleague Raad, which I know from Jordan. I would just like to say, I'll be brief, I would just like to say that the fact that we are here today to discuss the threat posed by Captagon trafficking on the security of the Middle East and of Europe is quite telling already. When I was both in Jordan, you mentioned I was covering Syria, and at the beginning, this issue was a local issue in an area, especially at the Syrian-Jordanian border and in the southern Syria, which was quite still a minor and not a new issue. Like this area has always been known for smuggling. I know this has been discussed probably already in the first panel. But so it was not new, and I saw it over the years really grow into a major like security health issue at the regional level, which also started to become more and more intertwined with military and political dynamics, both in Syria, but also in the broader region, and with like terrible consequences on the neighboring countries. And my Jordanian colleagues just mentioned that. So for us, this issue is still new, because again, for now, and we'll probably discuss this later, it has not yet penetrated at the same level as other drugs at the European market. But it is very much on the radar of our policymakers in Paris, in Europe, and also all the staff of the foreign ministries and all other French agencies present in the region. We have our colleagues from Homeland Security who are based in Jordan and have a competence over Syria, although we don't have diplomatic relations with Syria, but they are looking at and increasingly and with increased worry about the developments of the Captagon smuggling. So there are still a lot of challenges. The issue is still new, and thank you very much for the report. And I know we had a very interesting briefing with you. We definitely need to organize like a more robust cooperation between European countries with the Middle Eastern partners, and we'll be very happy to discuss that a bit more in detail in the course of the conversation. So thanks again.
Thank you both for this. So I'd like to start with a question, a very broad question that I think sets the landscape very well. Both countries, there was a interception in France in 2017 at an airport with Captagon. And of course, in recent months in Jordan, we see a seizure almost every week, it seems, and of course, accompanied by violent clashes. But for both countries, what was a wake-up call for your governments with the Captagon trade? When do you remember your governments really starting to look critically at the Captagon trade and identifying and flagging this as a concern, both of course on the level of a human security threat, something that threatens stability, law enforcement, rule of law, but then also of course as a healthcare challenge? I'm curious, what each country's perspectives have been on this, because I think for a lot of countries, the 2020 port of Salerno seizure was a big wake-up call, but the trade had persisted in the region for a long time beforehand. And Mr. Elfaware, if you would like to say first.
Yeah, as you mentioned in your report, Caroline, Captagon trade is not new in the region. It started 10 or 15 years ago. What was the wake-up call is the intensified and the large of quantities that being smuggled to Jordan. The smugglers being more organized, become more brutal and aggressive against our army. Unfortunately, we lost one of our officers last year, and others were wounded. So I would say that it gradually started to increase and becoming at larger scale since 2020. And allow me also to provide some numbers here. So in 2021, our army captured 16 million pills. This year so far, and we are still in the middle of the year, we captured 20 million, in addition to around 500 palm size of hashish and crystal meth. And here I'm not mentioning what is being captured at the ports or the passengers crossing. I'm only telling you the amounts that being captured in the desert where the army is confronting these smugglers. Also, I want to mention to you that in 2021, our army stopped more than 4,000 attempts, which means more than around 13 attempts every day. This is the average. More than 360 of them were they penetrated the Jordanian territory and stopped inside the Jordanian territory. What we are seeing is that after the killing one of our officers, the army decided to change rules of engagement, which means that the army and the personnel who are on the front line given more flexibility to deal with case by case with these groups. That reflected on the higher number of amount of drugs that being captured, but also it means that there is more supply coming in. These all came together post-COVID time, high unemployment rate, around 30% in Jordan. It became an encouraging environment for Jordanian youth to depend on these pills. So in Jordan, we don't see it only a security threat, it's also social and economic threat.
Yes, I would say, I don't know if there was really a wake-up call. I think it was really a gradual realization of the issue at hand. One of the interesting, I think, steps of this was the reopening of the Jordanian-Syrian border in 2018. And where obviously everybody, there are a lot of, I mean, the Jordanians have, I would not speak for my colleague, but have always made very important efforts to control this border. And it's a challenge. And reopening the border, we're looking at what are going to be the consequences of that? Obviously, everybody was looking at trade, but also how the border is going to be controlled. And we saw really firsthand as Raj just mentioned, like the gradual increase, I mean, up to a point where it's like it was already quite regular, but now it's almost every day, every week in the news, and the level of aggressivity of the drug traffickers. And then obviously, as you mentioned, Caroline, the seizure in Italy was also like, okay, now we're connecting the dots, and that's where I think this could be such a wake-up call. Obviously, we are also very thankful to all of the organizations and government, our cooperations with regional partners who are also documenting this, because it's hard to track. I mean, like as on every every time when we goes back to organized crime and drug trafficking. So we see that the political implications of this also on the other countries, and especially when there are existing fragilities. So that is definitely a factor of destabilization that I think no one in the region and elsewhere needs right now. So that would be, I think, this gradual realization that this is a major issue, and we're going to have to start dealing with this more closely.
Absolutely. And that's a great point about the gradual build of the Captagon trade. You know, this is a trade that persisted in the Levant since the early 2000s. And, you know, especially in the mid 2010s, when it was almost exclusively associated with non-state actors and terrorist organizations such as the Islamic State, you know, we have seen what seems like this sudden pivot, but really it has been this eventual buildup, but of course, under the radar of state institutions and organizations, which is why I think that having a discussion about this on the regional perspectives and the regional implications is so important to shine a light on some of these challenges. I would like to ask you, Mr. Elfaware, there's some, you know, very interesting developments in the Captagon trade in the last year. For example, the recent New Lines report calculated the estimated market value of what was seized, not necessarily the total trade, but just what was seized was over $5.7 billion. And that wasn't because Captagon has become more expensive, but because we're seeing a huge uptick in Captagon production, both inside Syria, as well as independent and smaller labs in the region, in the Levant region. And a lot of these labs have started to pop up very close to the the Syrian-Jordanian border, pivoting these a bit more closer to trafficking routes and smuggling nodes that are very, very important to these networks. And I want to ask, how has Jordan perceived this notable uptick in production and smuggling in the last few months? What do you believe caused this sudden increase in smuggling? And also, of course, the change in nature of these smuggling operations. In the last panel, we were discussing about how this is no longer Captagon smuggled in just a few hundreds of pills or thousands of pills. We're seeing millions of pills sometimes reach these destination markets. And it's not smuggled with, you know, by kids in backpacks. Sometimes they're using these very advanced weaponry systems and of course, advanced smuggling tactics, which is very concerning, especially from a border security standpoint. So I'm curious, Mr. Elfaware, how Jordan perceives this and what the cause of it they perceive.
Yeah, allow me to start with speaking about the tactics that being used by the smugglers. What we are witnessing recently, that the groups became well organized, covered and supported by undisciplined members of the Syrian army. They become more aggressive. They come to the border with 150 to 250, in a group of 150 to 150. They split themselves into 5 or 6 groups. They try to penetrate from 5 or 6 different locations. They are supported by drones. They have communication equipment, and they split, each group splits itself into 3 tasks. The first one tries to distract the Jordanian army by exchanging fire. And the other one is monitoring and surveillance mission. And the third one tries to penetrate the Jordanian border. So what we are seeing is more organized crime, well-organized groups that supported by undisciplined members of the Syrian army. And for the other question, how do we perceive it and why this is happening? The Syrian crisis has been ongoing for maybe 12 years now. It came with many consequences, from refugees to the rise of ISIS, terrorism, and most recently food security. And drugs is one of these consequences of the absence of political solution to the Syrian crisis. So what we are saying here is that this crisis must be addressed, there must be a clear policy and strategy to end the crisis. Although the ground is relatively calm, but the crisis and the conflict is still open-ended one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elfaware. I think you're absolutely correct in that there are a lot of drivers in conditions that are enabling the Captagon trade to thrive, incentivizing both state and non-state actors, of course, to carve out and identify some of these alternative revenue sources. But also, of course, there is that political dimension, which is incredibly important. Now, Ms. Katuti, I would like to address something that is, I think, been a very popular question when it comes to the Captagon trade. The Captagon trade, of course, in the 2000s, in the early 2000s, was primarily constricted to the Levant and to the Persian Gulf, where there's a destination market. But recently, in the last, I'd say 3-4 years, we've seen Captagon shipments, very large shipments, arrive in Southern European ports, which has raised a very large concern about whether Captagon is a market and a trade that will, of course, penetrate and be introduced to Europe. I'm curious how France and its partners have been perceiving this and what some of the efforts have been to to prevent Captagon from being shipped to some of these sites and being used as transshipment sites.
Well, yeah, indeed, as you mentioned, Caroline, there have been important seizures of Captagon shipments in Europe in the past, especially in the past 4 years. And I think you mentioned the one in Salerno, it was quite covered in the media. I think if I recall, in Greece, it was in 2019, for instance, with 33 tons, and in Italy, 84 tons in 2020. But I would like to put these numbers a bit in perspective. In 2019 alone, so the European authorities have seized 613 tons of cannabis, 230 tons of cocaine, and 17 tons of amphetamines. So over the last 10 years, we saw this increase of seizures of methamphetamines of over 900%. MDMA, I think, was 400%, or cocaine over almost 300%. So this shows us that even if the shipments seized in Southern Europe of Captagon are quite impressive, they are still overshadowed by larger amounts of more conventional drugs in Europe, one of the main areas of origin being South America. And this is something that you, I think, rightly point out in the report. So we are looking, the European countries and all the counter-narcotics teams, and I mentioned it a bit before, are working very closely together, our port and seaport, to address drug trafficking in general. So we have bilateral cooperation. We also have Europol, which is the EU's law enforcement agency and is headquartered in The Hague. It supports investigation of local authorities. They have over 200 liaison officers. And we have many European cooperation projects, which are aimed at reinforcing the border controls and equip the national authority, creating things such as multi-agency units at ports and seaports, and putting together the officers from all of the relevant agencies, the police, the border guards, the customs, and many others. In a bit less in the law enforcement part, but more in the military part, we also have, we had and still having, for instance, military operations such as the EU naval operation Atalanta, which was aimed first at piracy, anti-piracy efforts in the Red Sea, but as a specific also task force for counter narcotics. But these efforts are concentrated in the Horn of Africa, the Red Sea, and we don't have, unless I'm mistaken, something in the Mediterranean, and at least not on this operation by itself. So that to say that, so Captagon is part of this larger issue of drug trafficking. So it is still not the main issues, although the shipments we saw that you mentioned are quite impressive. But the worry we have is like, is this going to stay the same? And for now, obviously, Captagon is not the most successful drug on the European market, but it could become one. So this is a worry. That's why we are monitoring this very closely. And second of all, we also know that everywhere, every time, whenever we talk about drug trafficking, we also see the connections and connecting the dots with terrorism, organized crime, and and when we see in Syria, and this has been like widely documented by many actors, including in your report, when you see that the porosity between the Syrian regime and its backers, non-state actors, Hezbollah, pro-Iranian militias, and other also radical terrorist groups in Syria have been involved in trafficking and in drug trafficking. This is definitely a cause for worry. And the third one is the one I mentioned a bit earlier, is also the consequences on the countries in the region, especially when there are existing fragilities. So we mentioned Jordan, and so Lebanon is definitely a big concern of us. And yeah, so that's where we are.
Absolutely, you make a very interesting point, Ms. Fatuti, about the transnational network of criminal actors that play a part in the Captagon trade, and many that are overlooked. Of course, given that Syria is the hub for Captagon, particularly in regime-held areas, that's a very well-known aspect of the trade. But of course, within the region, within the Middle East, there is the side of the coin where Iran-aligned networks, Iran-aligned militias are actively facilitating smuggling efforts, participating in corrupt practices at border checkpoints. But then on the other side of that equation, you also have in the broader Mediterranean, you have other non-state criminal networks, for example, the Italian mafia group, the Camorra, that participated in the very now infamous July 1st, 2020, a Port of Salerno shipment, which was at the time, not anymore, thanks to two recent shipments in Malaysia, but was at the time the largest amphetamine haul in history. And, they worked with Italian criminal networks to facilitate, to house these shipments unsuccessfully. But the fact that there was evidence that they cooperated with these organizations, I would imagine would concern EU law enforcement and, of course, larger rule of law at large. And then, of course, you have the element of these shell companies, for example, in Syria, members of the regime's patronage networks and Syria's agricultural and business sector, for example, Neptune Overseas Limited, creating shell companies in a lot of these European capitals and cities. There was a very infamous bust in Salzburg, Austria last year, and I believe their trial went into this year, where there was a shell company created that smuggled Captagon in pizza ovens and tumbler dryers and washer dryers. Very impressive and innovative techniques, but we're using some European cities and these shell companies to facilitate this. And it's interesting because Europe has very much been used as a transshipment hub to shroud the suspicion of Captagon being shipped from ports of origin, for example, Latakia, and a number of other more suspicious ports. But, of course, there seems to be the concern that this will continue happening despite increased interdiction efforts. And so really, I applaud both of your countries for increasing the awareness, the interdiction capacity, and then, of course, trying to look and see some of the spillover effects that can happen with the Captagon trade as it continues. Mr. Elfaware, I'm very curious as well. When we talk about collaboration, regional collaboration especially, do you see a need and potential space for a regional mechanism amongst transit countries, for example, like Jordan, Iraq, and others, to restrict the movement of Captagon through the region? Because, of course, there's this double-edged sword where if Jordan does increase its interdiction capacity, if they are able to lock down the border a bit more and prevent Captagon from being smuggled through some of these routes into the Persian Gulf, likely, and we've already seen some evidence, Captagon smugglers will resort to routes in Iraq, routing Captagon through Iraq, through Kuwait to reach the Persian Gulf. And so, do you see a need to cooperate with regional neighbors? And also, of course, when it comes to demand reduction as well, how is Jordan and its partners seeking to address rising Captagon dependency among individuals in the Middle East?
Yes, indeed, as you mentioned, but let me highlight that typically that the mandate of confronting drugs in Jordan falls under another agency, not the army. But because this becoming like on a at large scale, the army had to intervene and to defend our border. Our army is doing this job on behalf not only Jordan, but also on behalf of the region. I'm confident that our army is capable of stopping the smugglers and to deter them. But since we are doing this job in cooperation and on behalf of the region and beyond, I believe that there must be a mechanism that all of the agencies, law enforcement agencies in the region can cooperate, share information, and also share some of the capabilities. And here, let me tell you that these smugglers are smart enough to know that when to do their operation. So they use a rainy day, a stormy day, as when there is a windy day. So they know that our system doesn't work 100% on these days. So they conduct their operations on that day. So every time there is a rain or snow in Jordan, I know that the other day we will hear about smuggling attempt that took place. So what we are now expecting, what should be done, is that to provide our border security with advanced technology, which it does exist, but maybe it needs to be leveled up, and also sharing information within the agencies in the region. Again, back to the dependency within Jordanians. The problem is unemployment. This is how I see it personally. It's with a 30% unemployed Jordanians, the more environment is created for welcoming for these drugs. So there is a health aspect, of course, but also there is an economic dimension to it. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Elfaware. I would like to also quickly add on a bit of a follow-up question as well. And we touched upon this a bit in our last panel, but there's not a lot of literature on the Captagon trade, particularly with its security effects and its effect on border security, but also, and I think very importantly, on healthcare and how it's impacting the regional health landscape, how Captagon dependency has or has not been addressed by regional healthcare systems. The accessibility of rehabilitation services, harm reduction services, all these are very important aspects, but unfortunately, there's not a lot of data, surveys, and medical information about this. Of course, about Captagon's chemical composition, but then also, of course, how it's affecting its consumers. And given that Captagon is produced by some very malign actors in the region, with a lack of precursors, with not a lot of access to chemical components that would have been required for the original phenethylene formula, we're getting this mishmash of a kind of a compromised Captagon formula that could be quite harmful to consumers. So I'm curious, and also Ms. Katuti, if you could also add as well, are there any efforts to try and collect more data about some of the health consequences of the Captagon? And if so, is there space for the United States or regional partners to help catalog Captagon and monitor this, especially with its effects on health?
Yeah, well, the health system in Jordan does have this program for people who are addicted to drugs. as you mentioned in your report, the problem is that there's some kind of legitimacy behind the Captagon itself. So you'll see a CEO of company is taking these pills and believing that this is a normal or legitimate to have them. So what I'm seeing is that more campaign against internal campaign against the use of Captagon. I'm witnessing also that people became more aware of the bad health consequences of these drugs.
Maybe not much to add to this. I guess it's this just highlights the fact that we really need a comprehensive approach on this. It's not just law enforcement; it's also economy, it's also health. In a region which is already exhausted from all of these issues, where all the systems are just under extreme pressure. If you want, I can also give a few ideas also about the need for regional cooperation, but I don't know if that's a question you wanted to ask later, Caroline. Maybe to complement what Raad was saying just before.
Absolutely. Well, and you actually you're a step ahead of me, because that was actually my next question of, for France especially, is there a perception of a joint, perhaps regional mechanism in addressing not only, of course, the supply side, but the demand side and some of the health consequences? Of course, as you mentioned, France is working very closely with the European Union. The EMCDDA has done some incredible work on this issue. And of course, other law enforcement agencies, UN agencies have been monitoring this closely, but still we're a bit short of any kind of official cataloging monitoring system or even a regional dialogue about the Captagon trade. So I'm curious how France perceives this, if there is space for cooperation, and of course, if the United States can fit in, how other regional actors can fit into this.
Yes, sure. I guess, yes, there is definitely a need, and there is definitely space for that. So it's a bit like everybody is working on this issue. Everybody's starting to, what I was mentioning before, this gradual realization of the problem. Obviously, our Jordanian colleagues and regional actors have realized that probably much quicker than we did, because, I mean, it really started impacting them like very strongly already a while ago. So we are conducting efforts. So at the bilateral level with the countries in the region. So we have like classic cooperation, joint trainings, experience sharing, capacity building. For instance, in Jordan, I'm speaking for France, our main interlocutor is the counter-narcotics unit of the Public Security Directorate. The European Union itself also, and every member states, but I know also the US, are working very much involved in cooperation on counter-narcotics and law enforcement in general. One concrete example I would give, for instance, it's an example very dear to my heart, is the European funding for a project of an interagency civil, military, logistical, and operational hub that has been built at the border between on the eastern desert of Jordan, in Ruwaishid, at basically equal distance between the border with Syria and with Iraq. And the idea was to gather all Jordanian security and law enforcement agencies, and the army, of course, and Raad mentioned also many of the agencies in Jordan who are involved in fighting any kind of threat coming from the border, and allowing them to work together to share information with liaison officer and to be there right there at the border, not just in the capital. So this is an example. And I remember when we started discussing this project, and that was obviously like a demand from a request from the Jordanians, we were talking about terrorism, about smuggling, but I remember Captagon was not mentioned in the beginning, and now it really started to be in everybody's radar for this project. So this is an example, but we are talking here about something multi-agency, civil, military, which is on a bilateral basis. So everybody's working on this, and we are lacking the coordination effort, I feel, and I think this goes back to what my colleague was saying. We need a robust mechanism for information sharing and for coordination. We need to be able to share the information on secure lines, to coordinate upstreams and to monitor what's happening in the areas of productions. I mean, we have Lebanon, we have southern Syria. and also to discuss about the legal framework of counter-narcotics operations and link them up in a civil military framework. So ideally, I don't know, this is just an idea, but ideally we could establish a regional mechanism like the one, like Europol, like we have in Europe, so I already mentioned this one. And obviously there seems to be some interest from the countries in the region. So what shape it could take, I don't know. We could, for instance, use the resources and expertise of agencies like UNODC, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. They have regional offices in Amman, in Cairo, in Beirut. And there needs to be, beyond this, obviously the comprehensive approach, also when we share about information, linking up with also experts on counterterrorism, intelligence services, and on the other side of it, like health and development agencies. And lastly, of course, all of this reminds us that to tackle the problem at the root, I would say, is deep down also the need, yes, for a political solution in Syria, because as long as that's not there, Syria is going to continue to be like a destabilizing factor in the region, and with consequences on all of us, including in Europe.
Absolutely, that's a key point that you make, Ms. Gattuti, because it's fascinating, because a lot of some of the largest Captagon interceptions have been conducted with the ability and the assistance of tip-offs. And without tip-offs, especially when it comes to countries like Greece, Saudi Arabia, and also Malaysia, because we've seen Captagon shipments and interception as far as the port of Klang in Malaysia. None of those interceptions were even possible without some of the tip-offs from other countries. So of course, we're already seeing this bilateral, sometimes trilateral dialogue around Captagon, some extent of intelligence sharing, but certainly no coordinated effort that of course exposes not only the actors involved, but also allows customs officials in countries, in destination countries, to help intercept these shipments. And so I think that's a really excellent point that's made, where we need to have dialogue about this, and we need to encourage more regional cooperation. Since we do have a bit of extra time, I did want to ask you, Mr. Elfaware, and I know that we've discussed this a bit before, how the border security system in Jordan, as robust as it is, there are some blind spots, especially those that are related to weather. And what kind of assistance would be needed from the United States, as well as partners in the region, to help enhance that border security and help interdiction efforts? For example, how concerned has Jordan been about these blind spots and vulnerabilities related to weather issues?
Yeah, as a response to intensifying the smuggling operations, our army came with a strategy that's based on training and mobilizing more personnel along the border, which extends for more than 375 kilometers. In some areas, it's mountainous. In some areas, it's sandy. It's a really hard and tough geography there. Also, we are obtaining new equipment, anti-drone equipment, radars, and other technologies that can intercept the drones. Also, there is a leveling up on the intelligence side, which is very important, collecting information on how these drugs made, where they come from, how big is the trade is, and what are the mechanism, and who's conducting it, and who covers it inside Syria. So these are the main three components that our response to this operations.
Thank you, Mr. Elfaware. And one last question before I think I have about two more questions, but I'm also very curious because there has been, of course, a lot of concerns related to consumption of Captagon and that potentially expanding new demand markets, essentially being expanded in the region, particularly in the Mediterranean, if, for example, in North Africa, but then also, of course, in Southern Europe, potentially in Europe. And while, of course, there has not been any definitive evidence of significant Captagon consumption market in Europe, is this a fear for France and its partners, Ms. Katuti? Is this something that is a concern for the European Union and, of course, other international organizations that are closely monitoring this? Or is this an issue that you think will be largely constrained to the Middle East and affects, of course, France's geopolitical and aims for stabilization and security in the Middle East?
No, it's definitely a fear. It's just it's hard to predict the shape is gonna take. But obviously, when you look at the trend, it's not very good. So as we mentioned before, so far it's not. Captagon is not the main source of recreational drugs in Europe. But I mean, I remember looking at this issue. In the beginning, was just like monitoring a bit on the side. We're hearing about this, and now it's like just looking at this and just really monitoring very closely. Obviously, the efforts of Jordan and other countries in the region to address this, looking at the numbers. So definitely, I think for a long time, Captagons was not really in the radar and was maybe mixed with, like, put together with other drugs in a known category. Right now, it's our intention is very much focused on it. So there is a fear, and we cannot predict how it's going to end. But that's where we need that's why we need more cooperation, information sharing, and it's and everybody's doing it, and everybody's doing it already bilaterally, and that's why it's important too. And I guess there is definitely a will from the countries which are for now the most affected, but we can never say it's not going to affect us at some point. So yeah,
absolutely. And then finally, one more question before we move to the audience for questions. And of course, for audience members, those who are just tuning in, thank you so much for watching. Feel free to submit your questions and inquiries to this panel through the Q&A feature, which you can find towards the bottom of the screen. But I have one last question for you both. And it's, as we are going to look ahead with the Captagon trade and especially identify a potential US or coordinated regional strategy, where does the US fit in all of this? How does France, how does Jordan, how does Europe and the Middle East perceive the United States as a potential proactive partner, potentially a force multiplier when it comes to the Captagon trade? And, Mr. Elfaware, I know we were discussing about efforts with border security enhancement, but what are some of the other spaces that the United States can help? And in the European context, how can the US help with providing, for example, laboratory facilities and monitoring capabilities that could really, I think, boost this mechanism? And Mr. Elfaware, if you would like to go first.
Yeah, Caroline, as you know, Jordan is a strategic ally of the US, and we are thankful for this distinguished relationship. This relationship extends from the economic to the political to the military relation, as well as the same situation with France. And we also thankful for all the help that provided by the French authorities to Jordan in multiple sections. As we spoke before, there is a good relationship between the two armies, the Jordanian and the American army, and I can assure you that I don't want to speak on behalf of the armies, but I can assure you that cooperation is ongoing. The US is proactive in this issue, and they are providing and will provide needed assistance.
And maybe just to complement, I guess, and not speaking on behalf of our USG colleagues who we mostly speak at the next panel. Definitely, I think the US, I think you employed the word force multiplier, can really play that role in that regard. And in a way, my personal impression is that the United States government has been a bit ahead of us in terms of realizing the threat it could represent. And I know there are efforts to involve the DEA in different countries in the region and to look at this very closely. So definitely when we talk about this regional mechanism, and especially also information sharing, the power, the resource of the American government can be extremely useful to address this and to complement it also within all these joint efforts with the military cooperation and others. But I think definitely when it comes really to drugs, that's it's starting. I think there is a movement starting where the specialized law enforcement agency, I can see it for France. We hear it the same about the US, and obviously our American colleagues can discuss it later and have a lot more insight than I do on this. But it's there is a need, and we all have good relations with various governments in the region. So there's a joint effort is needed.
Absolutely. The need for dialogue, intelligence sharing, the provision of harm reduction, healthcare services, also incredibly important. And, as fast as the Captagon trade has grown, the fact that there is a proposal, in the United States House of Representatives shedding light on the Captagon trade, that would have been unimaginable just a few years ago. Also, I think it's very important as well, shining a light and promoting accountability with some of the networks that have been implicated in the trade. I think that's very important. Well, thank you guys so much. That's it for my questions, but I would of course like to turn to the audience. And we do have one question from my co-author of the New Lines report, Alexander Söderholm, who was kind enough to be with us today. He has a question about, of course, the regional aspect of organized crime. And we touched upon this a bit with the Camorra, but this is a bit more of a broader question of actors producing in Syria are linking with series of organized crime groups in the immediate neighboring countries and beyond. For example, we saw this clearly in terms of linkages between the Syrian producers and traffickers with the Italian mafia in Salerno. This requires a regional approach to organized crime. Considering the difficulties of working with law enforcement in Syria, what role can other neighboring countries play in terms of disrupting the networks that are involved in trafficking and distributing Captagon outside of Syria? Perhaps Mr. Elfaware, if you want to answer that. If not, Ms. Katuti, and I'm happy to also chime in as well.
Yeah, it's just reiterating what has been said before, that there must be a regional mechanism to confront Captagon trade. Sharing information is essential in this process, and building capabilities is also another component of this mechanism.
Yeah, echoing what Rad just said, and also adding up, maybe, if I may, the added complication when it comes to the Levant and to Syria, as you mentioned, that a lot of countries, including mine, don't have relation with the Syrian regime. And also it's the fact that it's, as we said before, highly politicized. I mean, this issue is not just organized crime, it's not just drug trafficking, it's very political, and it's linked with military actors, terrorist groups, and that is definitely a challenge. And to be honest, I don't know how we can address that. And for sure, all the neighboring countries are looking at this very closely. So reinforcing the capabilities of those neighboring countries is very important, and has been done, but probably much more needs to be done. And Rad spoke a bit about it. So yeah, I think it's going to be. We talk about Iraq as well. Obviously, we have Turkey, Iraq. So I don't know how it's going to pan out, but the added challenge is not just a regular, let's say, counter narcotics framework. It's a comprehensive one, including all of these dimensions, and that's going to be a tough one.
Absolutely. And on the note of Iraq, on the topic of Iraq, we have a really excellent question from Mohammed Al-Maksumi. As there are high chances of corruption in Iraq with a low loyalty in the law enforcement, we can't keep relying on human security, the human security factor only. We need a high technological and artificial intelligence that can support with full transparency. How are your countries and of course other regional actors able, and of course, is there space to help Iraq with equipping its border to intercept Captagon? And of course, is this something that's being accounted for in your own country's interdiction efforts and increasing, of course, the interdiction capacity? Are we acknowledging this double-edged sword with countries like Iraq, like Turkey as well, and other regional actors that could soon become a transit site for the Captagon trade? And Mr. Elfaware, if you'd like to speak first, or Ms. Katuti, whoever feels most comfortable.
Dora, please, if you can.
No, yeah, I mean, it's yeah, as you say, it's a double-edged sword, and that's why it cannot be only an effort of capacity building. It has to be also a technological effort. But to be honest, when you look at and I haven't made the whole round around the borders of the region, but when you look at the state of the border controls, it's a huge desertic area. So I would say, like, even before artificial intelligence, having patrol roads, having control towers, having all of this set up, which is very important. And for instance, in Jordan, it's very concentrated. It's already very well established, especially when it comes to the areas closer to the border, the southwest side of the border. But we're talking about hundreds of kilometers. So I would say the first challenge would be there, and reinforcing the capacity and bringing like infrastructure. And obviously, yes, then high-tech technology is also needed, but maybe step by step, I would say.
We also have a very interesting question about precursors and, of course, the supply of precursors, which is a very difficult and complicated question, but definitely something that I think is a priority in the region, especially among international institutions. And this question goes as, what can countries in the region do to prevent the shipments of precursors to Syria for the production of drugs such as Captagon? Seemingly, a lot of focus is on things coming out of Syria and less so on what is going into the country. In the past, precursors have been diverted from industry in neighboring countries. Several examples of collaboration between Syrian and Jordanian criminal networks in the past, with Jordanian industry importing precursors for illicit purposes. Currently, it's very unclear where Syrian illicit producers are sourcing their chemicals from, an understanding of which is key to disrupt production in Syria. So to put simply, what can Syria's neighbors and regional partners do to monitor and disrupt the shipment of chemicals to Syria?
Yeah, again, Caroline, in Jordan, we have a strict border control system that has been built up since the outset of the Syrian war. Our border control managed in many cases to stop chemical and other materials that are prohibited to be handled to the Syrian government or to enter to Syria. This, of course, came with the help of our partners in Europe and in the US. So we are strict about this issue and about this concern. I don't know what other players in the region can do to prevent chemicals from entering to Syria, but I assure you that we are doing from our part what has to be done.
Yeah, it goes back, I guess, to the issue of information sharing. But when you see all of the cross-border humanitarian operations are in Syria, which is one of the most controlled in the world, yeah, I don't know how this is coming, and then this goes really beyond my area of expertise. But as I mentioned, the borders are very tightly controlled, whether they are open now or not. You have one side, you have the commercial routes, you also have humanitarian routes. The humanitarian one is very tightly controlled and monitored. So So yeah, it really goes back to this the importance, I guess, of information sharing on secure networks and between all of the involved partners.
Absolutely. I'll chime in there and say that I think a lot of the solutions to the precursors side of this equation will have to do with a lot more data collection and cataloging the components, the chemical components that are going into Captagon, because the reality is right now that the Captagon of today was not the Captagon of the 1960s or even the late 90s, where the formula much more resembled the original phenethylene formula. Now we're seeing a hodgepodge of different chemical components and additives and cutting agents that are put together that, of course, can be harmful for consumers, but there's no way to track where they're getting them. And many of them, of course, are improvised, but no formula is the same. And particularly, even among some of the same actors, it's going to be so crucial that when law enforcement systems intercept Captagon shipments, that they are able to send them to labs for chemical processing, for chemical analysis, and record that data and share it with regional partners to track how the Captagon formula is evolving, not only in how it, of course, can affect consumers, but also just how these producers are obtaining these materials. And I think it's also very important as well to, as we are assessing the landscape of actors, both state and non-state, there's an elephant in the room, and it's not, of course, just the fact that the Syrian state is implicated in Captagon production and smuggling, but also Iran-aligned elements are very much implicated in facilitating Captagon shipments beyond, Lebanon and Syria, but also into Iraq. And that very well could be, kind of the missing link to a lot of the precursor access, as well as, of course, from other countries that are large producers of precursors that are necessary to use in amphetamine type substances like Captagon. So I think that, that along with the pseudoephedrine question, which is something that I know my co-author Alex and I addressed in the report, there are a lot of these question marks and unanswered questions that really should be addressed as we seek to do more data collection and research on the Captagon trade. We have a few questions from multiple audience members on how, of course, Jordan is dealing with this from its perspective of border security, and how it's also trying to stop Captagon shipments from getting to Jordan in the first place. And in the last week or so, there have been a lot of reports of militias and militants staking out new positions in Asweda and in southern Syria to create more labs along that border region, very close to these key smuggling routes, to reduce the risks of interception, to keep production and transportation costs low. So Mr. Elfaware, how is Jordan perceiving this? Is there any policy or is there any space for action that Jordan can implement? And also, as one audience member asked, is there a chance that Jordan might try and shut down this border crossing with Syria? Is there a chance that they may take a certain action along this border to further reduce and restrict the chance for clashes and smuggling operations?
Yeah, Caroline, let me be clear about this. Most of the Captagon smuggling doesn't come from the crossing. It comes across the border, which is mainly on the desert. It doesn't come from the official border or the seaport or airport. So there is no connection, a clear connection between opening the crossing border and other activities that are taking place near Suwaida or in the east. I would love to receive more information about what you mentioned on Suwaida, but what I assure you that our army is capable and ready to deter and to confront these well-organized groups that are supported by some indisciplined members of the Syrian army. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have another very interesting question on how the Captagon trade has affected the relationship between Jordan and Syria in terms of Jordan housing more than 670,000 Syrian refugees from the war. How does this population factor into how Jordan has perceived the Captagon trade, particularly from the demand side, and also, of course, from the fact that, you know, potentially there are networks inside of Jordan that would participate in smuggling and production. How does that refugee population factor into its perception of the Captagon trade?
Yeah, it's Caroline, like any two bordering countries, there are some people who are the senders, and there is another part that receives this shipment. And in many cases, they are relatives because they are from the same tribe that extends over the two borders or two countries over the border. So on the Syrians, a recent survey shows that more than 93% of Jordanians are welcoming Syrian refugees. After 12 years, still we are welcoming refugees. We don't see them as part of this problem at all. And we don't deal with Syrian refugees in this as a one block. Whoever is involved in this will be treated by the law, and who's not has nothing to do with it.
And finally, I have a really great question fielded from Jonathan, an audience member. This is a really great one. How long-term an endeavor is tackling this problem as a health problem? Theoretically, if you eliminate demand through public health messaging, addiction services, etc., you eliminate the problem, but how much progress, if any, is being made from this angle? And realistically, is this a decades-long approach? And I'd like to kind of add another question that is especially regarding harm reduction, and then also, of course, a broader public discussion about the stigma of drug use and the stigma of consumption and dependency. Is that something that, you know, both your countries are looking to address in the region, and of course among your own populations? Do you think that that's something that will be needed either through a regional approach or just through your own governments? Do you think that this will be necessary as Captagon dependency and consumption rates rise? And we can go with Ms. Katuti first.
Thanks, Caroline. It is going to be an issue. I think what we're all seeing is the level of damage that this conflict has inflicted on the populations, both in South Syria, the refugee population, the host communities, and we are only starting to realize now. I mean, it's been going on for a while, this gradual realization that the consequences on mental health of many of the affected people is going to take years to rebuild, and it's going to take enormous efforts and enormous amounts of funding for that. So a lot of countries, and I think, to be honest, I think I'm not a health expert here, so I'm speaking under the controls of those who know more, but definitely the consequences of also being a drug user are definitely going to be part of this. So as for France, and it's the case of many of our European countries and also other big donors who have been the main donors of the Syria response, both in Syria and the neighboring countries, is trying to dedicate more and more funding to support projects to address this issue of mental health, and that goes for the refugees, and that also goes for the host communities in a context, as Rawad mentioned, that where the economic crisis is still very, very much acute, and the consequences are going to be long term. So to answer the question, I would say, yeah, it's going to take a long time, and it's going to take a lot of money also to fund that and to support it.
Yes, Caroline, I of course agree with what Dora said. It's not only about the health component is important and essential in this process, but also the economic driver behind addiction and the consumption of Captagon is also another important driver that must be addressed.
Absolutely, and I'll just tag on a bit here and say that what makes the Captagon trade incredibly unique and also kind of a double-edged sword in the region when it comes to harm reduction and reducing, addressing the stigma that of course comes along with drug consumption, along of course with addressing its security effects and its appeal across different demographics, because Captagon is widely consumed in the Levant, where there are populations that are facing severe food insecurity, along with terrible economic conditions. Whereas also in the Persian Gulf, where the conditions could not be more different, Captagon has been a very popular substance among wealthy youth populations, as well as, of course, foreign worker populations. And I think that broad appeal is something to note and should be incorporated in any kind of public awareness campaign, healthcare campaign, because this broad appeal also, along with its licit past, the fact that it was a pharmaceutical product, just a few decades ago in the 1960s, it was produced by a German pharmaceutical company called Tegusa AG. The fact that, it has that kind of legitimate perceived history, I think has made it a very difficult drug to promote awareness with. People won't seek help. People think that there's legitimacy that's associated with it. Also with the fact that it's an amphetamine type substance, it's not perceived as a hard drug as other substances are in the Middle East. And I think that definitely has cut our work out for us when it comes to reducing the harms and healthcare consequences that are associated with the Captagon trade. So thank you guys for your thoughtful answers to this. Because we cut down on one panelist and because we didn't get too many questions, we will likely wrap up early unless there are any other additional questions from the audience, but I'm not seeing any. Thank you both really so much for carving out time in your very busy schedules to discuss the Captagon trade. This was really wonderful to do. And as I said in the last panel, this has been an issue that I've been researching on for the past few years. I know, many of my colleagues that have joined us today have done some excellent research and excellent work on this trade, but there's not enough conversation about it. There's not enough awareness. And that was what this conference was intended to do today. And so really, thank you so much for conveying your regional perspectives, conveying the willingness to collaborate with the United States and its partners, and of course, making me feel a little bit more optimistic about what can be done for the Captagon trade, both in terms of law enforcement interdiction efforts, as well as, of course, harm reduction and addressing some of the malign healthcare effects in the region. And thank you so much for being with us. Thank you so much for our audience members for joining us today. Of course, in the next at 1:30, sorry, I'm forgetting which time it was. At 1:30, we have our last and final third panel on U.S. strategy on the Captagon trade, where former and current governmental officials from the State Department, from the U.S. Congress, and from various think tanks will join us to discuss the effects of the Captagon trade on U.S. interests and aims in the Mediterranean and Persian Gulf. So thank you all for your continued work on this issue. For our audience members staying on, we'll see you in a few minutes. You can find a recording of this discussion and the conference at large at the New Lines Institute's YouTube channel, and more work on Captagon trade, on the Captagon trade at www.newlinesinstitute.org. See you all in a few minutes, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Caroline.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We have two more panelists who are just joining us. We're going to give it about 2 to 3 minutes, if it's okay, until everyone is with us and we can start. Hello, everyone who's joining us, chiming in from around the world. Welcome and thank you for tuning in to this New Lines Institute conference on the Captagon trade, an event celebrating the publication of a recent New Lines policy report titled the Captagon Threat. And of course, the launch of a very special project on the Captagon trade at the New Lines Institute. My name is Caroline Rose. I'm a senior analyst and the head of the Power Vacuums program here at New Lines, as well as a co-author of the April 2022 New Lines report on the Captagon trade with Alexander Söderholm. And I'm very excited to be with you all today, along with our distinguished guests who are going to be telling us a bit about a potential US strategy on Captagon. Now, before we proceed to the discussion, a reminder to audience members that this discussion is on the record and will be recorded on the New Lines Institute YouTube page shortly after the conference concludes. If audience members are interested in fielding a question for our panelists, please do click on the Q&A feature below, and we will address queries in the last 15 minutes of this panel discussion. Now, before I begin to introduce some of our speakers, we have one who will be joining us in a few minutes. I want to discuss a bit about the Captagon trade from my perspective as a researcher, and of course, as someone who's been incredibly concerned about the trade's growth in the region. For years, Captagon has grown from a small scale illicit trade, largely confined to the Levant and the Persian Gulf, into a massive industrial sized trade sustained by state and non-state actors, many adversaries to the United States, that has implications for regional human security, health, and geopolitics. But as the Captagon trade has grown, there are still misperceptions about its consequences and a broader lack of policy action amongst regional players in the United States. However, recent calls for a more united strategy on the Captagon trade, addressing the trade's state and non-state agents, health effects, and drivers, have begun to drive and define the debate on this regional challenge. And today, I'm privileged to be joined by a truly distinguished set of speakers, current and former government officials, who've all been at the forefront of carefully contemplating how the United States can serve as a proactive actor in addressing the Captagon trade, as well as a force multiplier in the Mediterranean and Persian Gulf zone. So please first join me in welcoming Ethan A. Goldrich, the Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs at the United States Department of State, with responsibility for the Levant and Syria engagement. Mr. Goldrich has had an extraordinary career in public service and US diplomacy to the Middle East and Europe, having held the position of Foreign Policy Advisor to the Commanding General of the Joint Special Operations Command in August 2018 to June 2021, serving as the Office Director for the Arabian Peninsula Affairs in this Department of State and the Chargé d'Affaires in Bahrain and the UAE. Deputy Assistant Goldrich has also served as the Director of the Office of Levant Affairs and Acting Deputy Assistant Secretary in the U.S. Department of State, Deputy Chief of Mission at the U.S. Embassy in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates, Chargé d'Affaires at the U.S. Embassy in Minsk, Belarus, Director of the State Department's Office of Caucasus Affairs and Regional Conflicts, Deputy Director of the Office for UN Political Affairs, Deputy Chief of Mission at the and more. Deputy Assistant Secretary Goldrich, we're so grateful to have you here with us today to discuss the U.S. strategy on the Captagon trade. Next, of course, we have Representative French Hill, this 22nd member of Congress representing Central Arkansas in the U.S. House of Representatives since January 3rd, 2015. Congressman Hill is a member of the U.S. House Committee on Financial Services, where he serves as a ranking member of the Subcommittee on Housing, Community Development, and Insurance, and was appointed as one of the 2 congressional representatives to the 76th United Nations General Assembly. Congressman Hill is a sponsor of H.R. 6265, the Captagon Act, which we will no doubt be discussing today, has encouraged a U.S. strategy on Captagon as the trade has grown in the region. Congressman Hill, we are thrilled to have you with us today to talk about this important issue. Next, of course, we have Matthew Zweig, a senior fellow at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. From July 2019 to December 2020, Mr. Zweig served as the Senior Sanctions Advisor in the Office of Special Representative for Syria Engagement. He worked with bureaus across the State Department, interagency partners, multinational counterparts, and others to help implement the anti-Assad economic pressure elements of the administration's Syria strategy. From 2001 to 2018, Mr. Zweig served on the House Foreign Affairs Committee, including for more than 10 years as senior professional staff, where he was responsible for sanctions and illicit finance policy. Mr. Zweig managed the successful negotiation of multiple pieces of legislation, including the North Korea Policy and Sanctions Enforcement Act of 2016, the Hezbollah International Financing Prevention Act of 2015, the Caesar Syria Civilian Protection Act of 2019, and the Iran Threat Reduction and Syria Human Rights Act of 2012. He also managed negotiations regarding hundreds of foreign policy provisions within successive National Defense Authorization Act reauthorizations. We're thrilled to have you with us today, Mr. Zweig. And last but not least, and I think he's still yet to join us, but I'm sure he will in a few minutes. We have the great Andrew J. Tabler, the Martin J. Gross Fellow, and in the program of Arab Politics at the Washington Institute, where he focuses on Syria, the Levant, and U.S. Middle East policy. Mr. Tabler served as a senior advisor to the Special Envoy for Syria Engagement at the United States Department of State's Bureau for Near Eastern Affairs from 2020 to 2021, and Director for Syria at the National Security Council's Middle East Affairs Directorate in 2019, during the final days of the ISIS caliphate and the rigorous debate over U.S. troop presence in Syria. Before joining the Washington Institute and serving in government, Mr. Tabler lived, worked, and studied extensively in Egypt, Israel, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, Tunisia, and Turkey for 14 years, serving as co-founder and editor-in-chief of Syria Today, Syria's first private sector English language magazine, as a consultant on U.S.-Syria relations for the International Crisis Group, and as a fellow for the Institute for Current World Affairs. Thank you so much, Andrew, for being with us today. Now, of course, there's a lot to discuss on the Captagon trade and a potential U.S. strategy. Also, I see that Mr. Tabler is here with us today. I would, of course, love to give the floor to our speakers today to discuss how they are perceiving the Captagon trade, how this trade has challenged U.S. aims and interests in the Middle East, in the Mediterranean, and beyond, and of course, how they perceive a U.S. strategy on the Captagon trade unfolding. I would, of course, like to start with Deputy Assistant Secretary Goldrich, then move on to Congressman French Hill, then to Andrew Tabler, and then, of course, to Matthew Zweig. Deputy Assistant Secretary Goldrich, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, Caroline, and good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you today on this important topic. I want to thank the New Lines Institute for the time and effort it put into its comprehensive report on the issue and for organizing today's event. I'm honored to be among the many distinguished speakers who have appeared on the various panels today, and very pleased to see Caroline, one of the report's authors, is moderating our discussion. Today's topic is timely and relevant, given the growth of Captagon trafficking that we have seen moving from Syria and the Levant to the Arabian Gulf and onward to locations elsewhere in the Mediterranean region, Southern Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. The United States has been closely tracking this issue. Like many of you, we started to see a notable rise in Captagon trafficking, particularly in the summer of 2020, with the major seizures in Salerno and later in Egypt and the Gulf, when the trend continuing since then. We are increasingly concerned with the scale of drug trafficking originating from Syria and the Levant. Exports of Syrian-based illicit drugs have wide-reaching impact across the Middle East, Europe, North Africa, and Asia. This trafficking threatens regional security and safety, creates growing instability within Syria, and it contributed to a deterioration in Lebanon's relationships with the Gulf countries. It provides financial benefits to elements within the Assad regime, as well as to other nefarious actors who include associates of Hezbollah and Iran-linked groups in Syria and Lebanon that have increasingly turned to illicit drug production and trafficking, including Captagon, to finance their activities. As has been well cataloged in the media, we have seen the traffickers smuggle drugs from production locations in Syria to various locations in the region, particularly to end markets in the Middle East, the Gulf countries, and Europe, through a variety of means. Based on the number and size of Captagon seizures over the last year, the magnitude of funds likely transferred to malign actors via Captagon trafficking is alarming. In 2021, Saudi Arabia alone stated that it seized approximately 190 million Captagon pills, many of which likely originated in Syria or the Levant, valued at roughly $5 billion. The total value of the Captagon trade is probably much higher. Without regional and international coordination and cooperation, these trafficking networks will continue to grow and destabilize the region. The illicit Captagon trade strains legitimate economic activity that would create regional economic growth. As traffickers increasingly hide drugs in commercial goods and agricultural products being exported around the world. It also threatens stability as Captagon use and related criminal networks spread throughout the region. Likewise, money laundering associated with the drug trade poses a significant threat to economic prosperity in the region and elsewhere. When relations broke down last year between Lebanon and some Gulf states, the Captagon trade was cited as one of the areas of concern, demonstrating its potential to harm relations between regional states. As others have discussed during this conference, we note our concern that elements within the Assad regime are profiting off the Captagon trade. As many of you have seen in a variety of open source reports, the Syrian Arab Army 4th Armored Division and its commander / presidential brother Maher al-Assad are widely reported to be involved in Syrian drug smuggling operations, including Captagon. The United States originally sanctioned Maher al-Assad in 2011 for his leadership role of Assad regime security forces' killing of protesters in Daraa. Maher al-Assad and the 4th Division he leads were sanctioned again in 2020 for supporting the Assad regime. The United States already is striving to combat the Captagon trade by working on multiple tracks. These include working through diplomatic engagements with key regional and global partners to identify the extent of Syrian origin Captagon production, working directly with international law enforcement partners to disrupt the drug trafficking infrastructure directly and indirectly, using additional law enforcement and other tools to target individuals and entities directly or indirectly associated with the Syrian narcotics infrastructure, which could include further legal actions or sanctions when appropriate, and increasing information exchange and collaboration with and assistance to countries in the region. Let me give you one tangible example. Since 2006, we have provided more than $2.6 billion in aid to the Lebanese armed forces and $210 million to Lebanon's internal security forces and other law enforcement initiatives. Today, both of these organizations have become increasingly capable of carrying out complex operations that are curtailing the transit of illicit shipments and have resulted in significant narcotics seizures. We also seek to combat narcotics trafficking through other efforts, including sharing our law enforcement tools and capabilities. With our law enforcement colleagues, such as the Drug Enforcement Administration, DEA, we are working to identify ways to support and work with our foreign partners to interdict and investigate the trafficking of Captagon and other drugs. The Department of the Treasury and DEA share resources with our partners, including strengthening their legal and regulatory anti-money laundering frameworks. This includes cooperation in Amman between the DEA and Jordanian authorities who have seen a sharp increase in Captagon smuggling across their northern border with Syria. The United States additionally has a range of legal authorities attendant to acts of Congress and executive orders, some of which are specific to particular regions or activities, to target persons who lead, facilitate, or are complicit in drug trafficking and transnational organized crime. These include Treasury sanctions authorities to disrupt illicit drug trafficking and transnational organized crime. To the extent elements of the Assad regime and terrorists such as Hezbollah are involved in the Captagon trade, the Caesars Syria Civilian Protection Act of 2019, which targets foreign persons who provide technological, financial, and material support to the Assad regime, and counterterrorism sanctions, may offer a further mechanism to hold elements of the Assad regime accountable for its involvement in the Captagon trade. As with our overarching effort to combat illicit synthetic drugs elsewhere in the world, addressing Captagon trafficking will require concerted international cooperation. We believe increased coordination with our partners to disrupt narcotics networks will support our joint goals to reduce the regional instability caused by the Syrian conflict, cut off illicit revenue, support legitimate economic trade, and forestall sources of domestic instability in our partners. Thank you, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you so much, Deputy Assistant Secretary Goldrich. Of course, Congressman French Hill, you have the floor.
Carolyn, thank you so much, and New Lines for sponsoring this forum today and sharing this information, both in the U.S. and around the world. And I'm glad to participate in the panel. You've talked a lot so far about the production and trade and the regional response to Captagon. And let me tell you, I have so much respect for Andrew and Matt, and really am honored to be on a panel with them. And of course, delighted to hear officially from the State Department on this matter, and appreciate the Secretary's personal views on this. I thought that was very helpful. But you don't need to, no one needs to rehash the devastation in the past 11 years in Syria. We all know that Assad promised essentially to burn his country if he was not accepted as the leader, and he systematically destroyed Syria with his co-conspirators, Iran and Russia. And it's been a catastrophic thing to watch. And Congress, on a bipartisan basis, has certainly been engaged here in trying to provide tools to the Obama and Trump administration that would help facilitate both diplomatic work through special envoys and through military operations and support and pressure on the regime. But nothing's been so devastating, I think, compared to the individual impact on families in Syria, to see that Assad go from mass murder to narco kingpin. And this is something I don't think that Americans or policymakers in Europe and the United States have really let sink in the implications. And that's why what, Caroline, you're doing today and New Lines is so important. Narcotic production and trafficking in Syria and its neighbors has become more expansive and more widespread. The current epicenter of this drug trade is in territory controlled by the Assad regime. These drugs are not only crippling local populations, serving to undermine families and local communities, but they also serve to fuel hostilities and finance the Assad regime and Iran-backed groups in the region. And this is key for us and key for why Brendan Boyle and I've talked about our legislation that we'll discuss today. Because directly linking this mass production of this illicit drug and the money it generates, if that's being done as we believe it is and open source data supports, by Assad, his military, his family, his network of henchmen, then these drugs are fueling exactly things that are already in line for prosecution on war crime basis in Syria. While the impact of the drug trade was localized maybe 10 years ago, it's since grown to serve as one of the main drivers of the ongoing conflict, with its terrorizing transnational tentacles reaching out from the hub in the Levant to now across the region and the globe. The United States government must do all it can to disrupt this industrial level of drug production that's taking place in Syria. If it doesn't, we run the risk of permitting the narco state of Assad to become a permanent fixture in the region. If we do permit it to continue, then Assad will continue to drive the ongoing conflict and have even more financial resources at his disposal because of the transnational delivery of this narcotic. Permitting American adversaries like China and Russia and Iran to strengthen their engagement there is a risk, posing an ever enlarging threat to Israel, Lebanon, and other partners in the region. And something that we rarely talk about is, if this is such an industrial scale with the millions of pills interdicted, reported on open source data, and the millions of dollars, billions of dollars that are being extended in transnational networks in the Levant and into the Gulf states, how much longer do we have to wait for this to become a homeland security risk here in the US? Our border in the Southwest is wide open. I was down at San Ysidro at Tijuana and San Diego about 2 weeks ago, and the amount of fentanyl just in this fiscal year that's come across the Southwest border is at 6,600 pounds. And I watched a couple of pounds of that come through myself as a dog spotted drugs in the wheel rims of the California Envoy. And in that Envoy were fentanyl already pressed into blue pills. And so how much longer do we anticipate before transnational drug networks moving from the Levant and Africa into South America and into Mexico await? And so to me, this is biological warfare. I mean, China's export of fentanyl and fentanyl ingredients into Mexico, to me, is a form of biological warfare, considering 100,000 Americans died of an opioid overdose last year. So this is a serious issue. And it's because of that that I introduced HR 6265, which we call Countering Assad's Proliferation, Trafficking, and Garnering of Narcotics Act, or as the staff on Capitol Hill always likes to do, the Captagon Act. And Brendan Broyle and I are proud leads on this, and we were developing quite a good list of co-sponsors. This bill simply requires the United States to develop an interagency strategy to disrupt and dismantle narcotics production, trafficking, and affiliated networks linked to the Assad regime. And this includes a multilateral plan where we engage our partners and allies in this effort. It includes a communication strategy, and it includes, very, very importantly, that legal chain of evidence and analysis that under both the Caesar Act and under the Drug Kingpin Act can continue to put the pressure on Assad. Passing this bill should be an easy first step in a longer battle to bring peace and stability to Syria and the greater region. And our House Syria caucus has been engaged on this. My office is working closely with House Foreign Affairs on getting it through a markup in committee soon. We have an important co-sponsors on that committee, including our ranking member, Mike McCall, and my colleague from House Financial Services Committee, Andy Barr, who chairs our National Security Subcommittee as ranking member over on House Financial Services Committee, and I'm the past ranking member of that committee. So I'll stop there for now, but we've got to focus that we need leadership here, where like-minded members and partners around the world join us to end this narcotics trade. And it starts by having a strategy. And that's something I don't think we have on an interagency basis fully, which is why I suggest this legislation. When we're successful, we will have an international agreement that, in addition to mass murder, Assad is guilty as being a drug kingpin. So let me yield back to you, Caroline. And again, thanks for the opportunity to be with you.
Of course, thank you so much, Congressman Hill. Up next, of course, Mr. Tabler, you have the floor.
Great. Caroline, thank you. I hope everyone can hear me. I don't know if Caroline explained early on, I'm under a constraint. I am having the privilege of bringing an ambassador, the Azerbaijani ambassador, to my high school in Western Will City, Pennsylvania this afternoon. And unfortunately, it overlaps with this panel. But it's such an important issue to me that literally I wanted to beam in while I had just a few minutes to speak, and I'm going to have to log off. But luckily, you have Matt Zweig here, who was, as Representative Hill said, was a member of the previous team under the last administration. Matt's the guru of sanctions and a whole host of other things, in case you hadn't figured that out. So I just want to say a few words, and I'm going to have to log off. But Matt and I are completely in sync, I think, and Caroline, I think we are as well. First of all, credit where it's due. Caroline is absolutely amazing report. We've discussed it over the months. I really enjoyed it. Every version I read of it, I enjoyed. It is so comprehensive. And the reason why I think it's important is that this was one of the most persnickety issues, weird issues that popped out of the Syria conflict. The Syrian civil war stopped being just a civil war a long time ago. This is a misnomer, and especially in Washington, but elsewhere. This is a multi-layered, very complicated problem. And there are several layers to this beyond just atrocities, which we have focused on in the Caesar Act, but that get us into weapons of mass destruction, both in terms of the chemical weapons use. There's also an open nuclear file on Syria, although that's been closed due to Israeli action. But also in the case of the Captagon trade, right, which is the latest version of, in what I describe oftentimes as Syria becoming North Korea on the Mediterranean. It is another layer to the problem, and it makes it very difficult. And I'll tell you why. Because there is while U.S. policy on paper has stayed the same, and I think Das Goldrich has outlined this very well, as he always does. But the fact is that our allies in the region, particularly the Emiratis, but also other parties, want to change the nature of their engagement with the Assad regime. They feel that the sanctions that have been put into place by the United States, the Caesar sanctions themselves, are creating more problems than good. And they want to start using carrots, in the different kinds of carrots, to lead Assad, quote, back to the Arab fold. For those of us, I've been doing Syria for 21 years. This is a very, very old story, one that's often repeated, that is about that if you could bribe the Assad regime, Bashar himself, and the Syrian state back to something that approaches the functioning of a state and less of a criminal enterprise, that the place would be better off. And of course, in theory, that would be a great idea, right? But the problem is that that kind of carrots being dangled out to the Syrians has not historically worked. It's been very, very difficult for anyone to get Assad to agree to any kind of major change in his policies. Under the Trump administration, we tried to use maximum pressure in a way and sanctions to change their negotiating strategy. We were not involved in regime change in Syria. We were involved in pressuring them into a negotiation. That negotiation, Assad did not yield at all. So the idea now is, well, perhaps we could engage with Assad and he would become a better person and the country would become more malleable and we would go off in a more productive direction. The problem with all of that is that historically, not only has it not worked, the 2254 process has not gone forward, but the problem with Captagon is that it adds an additional layer. And I'll tell you this, why? Because the usual people that we would engage with in the Syrian regime, and their allies would engage with in the Syrian regime to go in a different direction, are now in a different place within the system itself. So you can hear the bells ringing here, but to make a long story short, the only thing that we really worked on in the Trump administration that brought major results, I would say politically, was that Asma al-Assad now is at the core of the Syrian regime. And with that change, with that major change, now the usual engagement with the softer sides of the regime, and here I'm talking about the regime-affiliated civil society, doesn't really work as it used to. Now they're in the core of the regime. And the idea that you can engage with Bashar, this has been put forward by Gulf parties and by the Jordanians in particular, that you can engage with Bashar at the expense of Fourth Division, right? That somehow these are two separate entities, that Bashar and his brother don't act in concert. is ridiculous and really is just not in keeping with reality. The fact is that the Syrian regime, the way it is structured, a minority-dominated clientelistic regime, is one in which these family associations are primary. So the fact is the Captagon issue has dramatically complicated this outreach to the Assad regime and its ability to bribe or to lead them in a different way using carrots. And it's very important that the United States and Congress in particular and the Senate make sure that they work with the administration to go over all of these details, to understand where are we going with all of this? What are the yardsticks to determine what is better behavior? Because I think if you went back and you asked King Abdullah of Jordan, did you think that millions of pills of Captagon are going to be showing up on your border when you opened the Jabber crossing a year ago and you expected there to be this boom in trade? Did you expect that to happen? The answer is probably going to be no. The latest twist on that is that the Russians supposedly drawing down in Syria are going to be suddenly replaced by the Iranians, and that the Iranians are in league with 4th Division and Maher al-Assad. And your report gets into those kind of associations. The fact is that southern Syria and these borders is a very complicated area. And that while the Russians might be drawing down in some parts of the country, this issue and these networks are going to become major problems for the United States and its allies to deal with. And I'm afraid to say, despite your excellent report, I think we're only at the beginning of dealing with that problem. And so I'm really happy to be able to speak with you here today. I'm sorry I have to log off, but Matt knows more about this than I've ever actually read. So I think you're in good hands. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Mr. Tabler. I really want to use the pun saved by the bell, but again, have a great rest of your day. And thanks so much for carving the time out to be with us. And of course, last but not least, Mr. Zweig.
Well, Caroline, I hope you can hear me, and thank you again so much for inviting me to here today for such a distinguished panel. I'd also like to thank my colleagues at State and the Hill for their hard work on this issue. I think this is an incredibly important issue, and it's beginning to go in the right direction. So, in the interest of getting quickly to the Q&A, I'll be brief. First, taking the cue from Andrew, at a policy level, there's a broader policy level within USG. I think there needs to be, and hopefully it's beginning to, there needs to be a shift in perception, dispelling the notion of the Middle East, of Middle East and North Africa region as primarily a venue for transnational narcotics trafficking, and begin to institutionally view it as a production and trafficking center. I think I've grown old saying this, but my greatest concern is that the political wars of today's Middle East risk becoming the narco wars of tomorrow. Stemming the tide of Captagon production and trafficking inside Syria is critical towards, critical to preventing that. And it requires stepped up coordination and enforcement to improve drug interdiction in transit countries and foreign markets. I think Mr. Congressman Hill, Congressman Boyle, and folks involved in this particular effort have shown great leadership and foresight in realizing that you have to address these issues. And again, as Congressman Hill mentioned with respect to the fentanyl, the fentanyl trafficking and the China-Mexico nexus, pouring into our country, you have to address these threats before they metastasize and become unmanageable. And key to this is developing an international effort to disrupt and ultimately dismantle the narcotics production and trafficking networks associated with the Assad regime. Any such effort must start with a coordinated interagency process to integrate diplomatic, intelligence, and law enforcement efforts to identify and prosecute or sanction or both individuals and entities involved with the Assad regime linked to Captagon production and trafficking networks. The administration and Congress should also support law enforcement and sanctions-related investigations in partner countries, receiving or transiting large quantities of Captagon or Captagon precursors, right, either to or from Syria. Congressman Hill, I really want to thank you for the effort. You and Congressman Boyle have clearly led a bipartisan effort to draw attention and draw focus to this critical issue. And I think perhaps one of the overlooked benefits of what you're doing is the perspective for the executive branch, for the State Department, for the Treasury, for DoD, for the Drug Enforcement Administration, and Department of Justice, and everybody else who has a piece of this particular pie, right? To develop a mutually supportive relationship, basically between the Congress and the executive branch on this particular issue will be an asset, and I think it'll be an asset moving forward. And again, the overall objective here is through international pressure, a coordinated interagency strategy effort, a coordinated international effort, a coordinated intra-branch effort, right, to effectively target narco trafficking, Syrian narco trafficking networks in a way in which they become a liability rather than a source of badly needed revenue. So thank you so much, and we'll look forward to the Q&A.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zweig. I've got my first question, of course, to Das Goldrich, is about how the United States has perceived the Captagon trade in the last 3 years. Because I think in the last 3 years, between 2020, 2019, we saw the Captagon trade graduate from a somewhat contained, somewhat small scale illicit economy that persisted in the Middle East, where you'd find, for example, individuals trying to smuggle just a few hundred Captagon tablets by plane, or a teenager would, put it in its backpack and try and cross the Syrian Jordanian border. Seizures would sometimes number, in the thousands or hundreds of thousands. Now, as I'm sure all of you are aware, and many of our audience members, it's now normal to see a 5.6 billion Captagon shipment every month in Saudi Arabia. It's now normal to see news of clashes between Jordanian security forces and Syrian smugglers. It's now normal to see some of those smuggling groups use advanced weaponry, for example, drones or armored personnel carriers, as they are organizing quite literally in the hundreds, in columns, trying to penetrate Jordan's territorial integrity, trying to traffic these Captagon pills along with other illicit substances and arms. This, of course, all in some way, shape, or form affects U.S. interests in the Middle East and the region at large. The United States wants security, it wants stability, it wants rule of law, it wants countries' territorial integrity to be respected. And there's been a very concerning trend recently in the last, I'd say, 3 or 4 months, very shortly after Jordan opened its Nasib Jaber border crossing with Syria. And it was that we've seen a huge uptick, not only in smuggling operations and violent smuggling operations that have resulted in casualties among Jordanian forces and smugglers, but also the inclusion of Iran-aligned militants and organizations that have been facilitating Captagon operations into Jordan. We've also seen very, very recently, in the last 2 months, some major Captagon seizures in Iraq along key strategic routes, for example, the Al-Qaim Highway, and along the Iraqi-Syrian border, areas where very often popular mobilization forces, which is it's an Iran-aligned militant group in Iraq, where they control these very strategic points. All this to say is that the Captagon trade is rapidly changing, and we have to address the elephant in the room, which is, while we've talked about Syria, we've talked, of course, about state participation in the Captagon trade. There's also another element which seems to be growing, which is the potential Iranian participation, or its proxies' participation in the Captagon trade. So I'd like to ask you, Das Goldrich, how is the United States perceiving this? Particularly as some of its adversaries, for example, Kataib Hezbollah, PMF, a number of these smaller militias that do have loyalty to Iran. How is the United States seeking to counter the Captagon trade in Iraq? How does it see it at large in the region? And how is it seeking to be proactive in disrupting the trade there?
Okay, thanks, Caroline. No, I would agree that the United States is alarmed by the growth of the Captagon trafficking in the region. My focus is on what's coming out of Syria and the Levant. But we've seen the growth with the increased number of large Captagon seizures that were reported starting in 2020. We see the illicit Captagon trade's negative effect on U.S. and regional issues and interests. We've seen the creation of the criminal networks that are creating more instability on the ground in Syria and in Lebanon. We see the strain on economic activity in the region. We're coming out of the counter ISIS conflict, and one of our main efforts to keep ISIS from coming back is to stabilize the region. We want to stabilize the economy there, so anything that interferes can cause problems. We see additional criminal activity, and we see money laundering. We think increased coordination with our partners to disrupt the narcotics networks will support our joint goals to reduce the regional instability caused by the Syria conflict, cut off the illicit revenue, support legitimate economic trade, and forestall sources of domestic instability in our partners. So we do think it's key to be coordinating with our allies and partners in the region and in other parts of the world as well. And certainly within the US government, interagency coordination is key. Different agencies bring different tools and expertise to the table. So we stay in touch with our interagency partners and monitoring these trends and coming up with the best ways to combat them.
Absolutely. The interagency element, I think, is very important when it comes to the Captagon trade. And then, of course, working upon that in a more regional mechanism, promoting dialogue, whether bilateral or multilateral. It's something that, in the report we called for, just given that so many seizures are conducted with the assistance of tip-offs. Saudi Arabia, Greece, Malaysia, there are a few countries that have done this quite repetitively. And I think US intelligence and assistance here, through the DEA and through, other international organizations is so important in kind of cultivating that environment that encourages customs systems to detect these shipments. Unfortunately, though, of course, it seems that a lot of these Captagon smugglers are getting more and more sophisticated by the day. There was a seizure this morning with plastic fava beans that were used to contain Captagon, which was incredibly sophisticated and advanced. But I do want to ask Congressman French Hill regarding HR 6265. It starts off quite basic. It proposes an interagency strategy, and from there, through investigative work, through research, through monitoring the trade, a more pointed solution will come about and be created for the Captagon trade. And within this, the Captagon trade is perpetrated by a number of individuals in the Syrian regime, affiliated directly or indirectly. For example, Qadr Taher, Maher al-Assad, of course, Taher al-Kayali, Mohammed Shalish, and others. How do you factor in the importance of accountability with an interagency strategy with the regime, as well as other actors of the trade that may not be directly affiliated with the regime? How important is it to call these individuals and these practices out in legislation?
Well, thanks. And I appreciate the chance to talk more about it in detail, because you can't really tackle this without a strategy. And for 2 years, a generation ago, I ran the interagency on the White House staff for international and domestic economic policy. So I know something about the burden of coordinating and exercising the authority in the executive branch and interagency coordination. And, you know, every aspect of government has this challenge. But let's say somebody in the drug enforcement arena says, oh my God, this is a really a pattern I'm seeing. Or maybe it's someone over at FinCEN that says, you wouldn't believe the deposit flow I'm now seeing, you know, in this information that we've been tipped off through a financial intelligence unit meeting I was attending in the Middle East. Or over at the Department of Justice, DEA, thinking about following up on what we're doing under our obligations under CSER to support the mechanism at the United Nations that is prosecuting and helping those seeking prosecution have an evidence chain on war crimes in Syria. So the point is, we've said it's a complicated topic. It is, and it's very integral that we bring all that evidence to bear in the strategy and not let it be a hobby of somebody one place somewhere in the federal government because they've noted it and they're going to go off and try to solve this problem on their own. Or they can't get their bosses either in the IC or over in some line function of the executive branch to prioritize it. There are a lot of challenges in international relations, diplomacy, and military concerns of the United States, an overwhelming number. But we've set it as a goal to be a leading partner in resolving this crisis in Syria. And it's been 11 years. I got it. We have Syria wariness, I'm sure, at the Department of State, Pentagon, in a lot of places. But this, to me, is a catastrophic new addition of just normal murder and mayhem by Assad against his own people and the conflict that we had in ISIS in the eastern part of the country and Iran's engagement. This is all linked. And so first point is the strategy. And I mentioned this issue of multi-agency involvement. And you asked the question about, you know, essentially using like CSER or using the drug kingpin. You can say, well, those authorities don't really add tremendous value here. But I think when building a multilateral strategy and involving the Treasury Department through FinCEN, which automatically, if you use that, you're binding other countries if you use the financial system. Naming and shaming is a critical element of this. Plus, it builds our leverage diplomatically in talking to our partners and allies in Europe and in the Levant, the Gulf, and Africa. Hey, this is a serious problem. This is another challenge that we have that links Assad to bad actions. And if I were doing a démarche somewhere, I would be using this as another reason why normalizing relations with Syria is a bad strategy, including with our great friends in Jordan, who I know are weary of 11 years of incredible political pressure in their country and refugee pressure. I get all that. But this is exporting poison to your neighbors is not a way to normalize relations.
Absolutely. And I think the past few months of the violent clashes that have been associated with the Captagon trade, you're right, it's no longer a primary health concern anymore. You know, there's a whole security dimension now to the Captagon trade that really is quite concerning. But then also, of course, the fact that we don't know the chemical composition or any kind of consistent chemical formula of the Captagon trade. It really can depend on who's producing it. And at the end of the day, with the evidence that we have linking Captagon production with elements of the 4th Division, Hezbollah, IRGC, Quds Force elements, it's very difficult to, of course, trust that that chemical formula is something that could be relied upon and is good for consumers. This is something that's a very concerning thing for, especially on the health front and addressing dependency and consumption.
And Carolyn, let me
of
mention one other linked point, and Matt and I have talked about this before, and I think our Deputy Assistant Secretary would find this of importance, because now you raise the public health aspect of it. And this is something when I was at the United Nations in earlier this year, I raised this with the UN drug enforcement arena, and this isn't on their radar screen. And so it's if we don't have the right strategy and develop the kinds of data and communication and materials like you've done in your study, but done it in the official US government, in the interagency, it's very hard then to communicate to our partners what this threat presents. Money fueling the Iranian partnership in Syria for exporting terror. That's not a good thing. And this is hundreds of billions of dollars flowing into Assad's coffers, directly linked to his military. But it's also, as you point out, a public health crisis immediately to the region. And as I noted in my opening remarks, it's coming to a neighborhood near you at some point. And as Matt says, we've got to be out in front of it. So thank you.
Absolutely. No, I think it's an excellent point. And I know that Matt, you and I have had this discussion before. There's the supply element, and of course there's the demand element. And unfortunately, given the extensive securitization and militarization of Captagon, and given, of course, the fact that there's state and non-state participation, unfortunately, the demand and consumption element falls by the wayside very often. And we all have to remember that individuals are consuming this very harmful formula. In the report, we were able to track a bit of what was found inside of these tablets, and it's not great, especially for long-term health challenges. But anyways, I would of course like to ask Mr. Zweig, a question regarding sanctions policy. Of course, HR 6265, it proposes an interagency strategy. We're not anywhere close to, of course, the imposition of sanctions on some of these individuals like Al-Khayali and Qadr Taher, some individuals who are already under US sanctions, and then some individuals that have been pointed out that are not. Individuals that are both in Syria and also Lebanon, for example, like Hassan Mohammed Dako, who is currently jailed in Lebanon for his high level of engagement in the Captagon trade. And so I'm curious, say that Kingpin does come into play, Caesar does come into play, and these individuals are placed under sanctions. What are what should be the long-term game and strategy to address some of the drivers, the economic and political drivers that incentivize these actors to turn to Captagon in the first place as an alternative revenue source?
Well, thank you so much. I mean, I think just to start out with, I think Congressman Hill said it best. Just to kind of put it simply, you can't normalize with a narco state. One of the variables, at least I'm seeing from the outside now, is we're increasingly seeing the business networks that you mentioned, primarily associated with the Assads. You mentioned Qadr al-Taher, et cetera. But those types of business networks, including as Andrew Tabler mentioned, right, the more expansive role of Osman Assad, kind of coalesce into a palace economy that is increasingly reliant on narcotics and narcotic production and trafficking. Right now, there are corollaries that I think we can look at in terms of how those economies have been developed in the past. You have Maduro regime with the cocaine trade, North Korea with counterfeit pharmaceuticals and methamphetamine, and increasingly the Taliban regime with both opium and, of course, methamphetamine in Afghanistan. So in that sense, I'd actually broaden it out a little bit in terms of both the application of sanctions. I think kind of to your point, it requires a broader both sanctions complemented by broader AML, anti-money laundering, counter-terror finance, and trade transparency measures in the states surrounding Syria. And I can go into that very quickly. Caesar, one of the reasons I think that Caesar has been introduced into this formula fairly prominently is A, it's a mandatory sanction. B, given the intersection between regime officials and the drug trade, right? It's much easier to apply sanctions to them in terms of using status-based criteria, right? That they are senior regime officials rather than building the case that they are involved in drugs, right? One takes much longer than the other. You mentioned Kingpin. I'd also note that the administration did a pretty good job in modernizing their narcotics sanctions authorities this past December, introducing EO 1449, that actually applies a much broader aperture, right, to foreign persons involved in drug trafficking activities. They don't have to be linked anymore, I think, to a specific kingpin or cartel. It kind of takes some of the best aspects of the transnational organized crime sanctions and the older, less maintained statutory kingpin sanctions and bring them together, which is a positive, which is a very, very positive development. But marrying these with law enforcement operations and law enforcement investigations is absolutely critical to ensuring a successful prosecution of these networks. Just a couple of other ideas in terms of trying to harden the region when it comes to the anti-money laundering, counter-terror finance framework. Number one, U.S. GCC cooperation and Jordanian cooperation is an absolute must. For example, the Middle East and North Africa Financial Action Task Force, right, the FATF-style regional body for the Middle East. I believe their last report on illicit narcotics trafficking, I think, was issued in 2011. Right, so I think that there needs to be a concerted effort, by the U.S. working through FSRBs, by the U.S. working multilaterally, for example, through the Terror Finance Tracking Center, maybe using that, skewing it a little bit. In Saudi Arabia, to provide information, to put out information to regional actors. Regional actors, but to regional banks, exporters, businesses, et cetera, to highlight the red flags associated with the narcotics trade. Because a lot of the stuff that you put in your, Caroline, you did a phenomenal job with your report. A lot of that actually should be, distributed to regional small and medium-sized enterprises in order to try to harden them, right? Because they don't know what they don't know what they don't know. And then ultimately, when you start to highlight red flags, most businesses do take notice. The other thing perhaps we need to look into is a greater use. I don't think there's any regional use of trade transparency measures and trade transparency units, right? The same way that we have a trade transparency unit at the Department of Homeland Security, right? That exchanges, the analysis of trade data is looking for anomalies when it comes to trade-based money laundering. And maybe you're looking at a little bit broader regional application of some of the principles or some of the ideas behind that effort to trade information amongst customs officials. I think that's going to be an incredibly, I think that's going to, as you've seen with, some of the, like as you've seen with the fava bean example, right? That's, those are probably some pretty either expensive fava beans or really cheap fava beans, right? Based on the way that financing flows, based on the similar like illicit finance flows. But I can kind of go all day at this, but I just want to highlight a couple of the, and just basically, developing better forums and more frequent forums for regional cooperation. Perhaps using existing, using existing regional dialogues that may have kind of atrophied over time. Restarting those, but also, just kind of developing a greater U.S. presence and a greater EU and international presence as well. Right? It helps if these agencies, as Congressman Hill mentioned, particularly many of those line officers are hearing the same thing from kind of multiple from multiple sources at the diplomatic level, at the law enforcement level, et cetera. So.
Absolutely. I think that that's a key point, especially when it comes to the EU as well, because a lot of these EU ports have been used as transshipment sites in 2020, 2021. We haven't seen it too much in 2022, but a lot of Southern European ports, Port of Piraeus in Greece, Port of Salerno, as we all know, Port of Constanța in Romania, all was used for major Captagon shipments. And so Europe and our previous panel focused on this a bit, but that's a very important regional perspective. And of course, the EU has not only the capacity to help with training efforts, to help with informational exchange, but they also have laboratories that when when customs officials can seize Captagon tablets, and if we want to be able to better monitor what's in these tablets, I feel that absolutely partnership with them is crucial. And this,
and if I can just make it just a quick just to build on those excellent points. Also at the legislator level as well. I mean, Congressman Hill, Congressman Boyle, our legislators travel, their legislators travel. They talk to each other frequently. I mean, this is always a good point to bring up within those forums. And also, again, and it can help, Das Goldrich at State. It can help, many of the other, many of their other executive branch colleagues in pushing that same message. So, I just want to. I apologize for that.
No need to apologize. This is wonderful, and I completely agree. And again, it's all of this. I think very much plays into each other. Where you have demand, you have supply, and just increased dialogue and regional collaboration feeds into that and feeds into the system that helps monitor the trade overall, as well as promote accountability with actors and monitor its expansion. Das Goldrich, I have a question regarding the United States cooperative efforts in the Mediterranean and of course with its Gulf partners as well. As you mentioned, the United States has been crucial in providing some of the intelligence, logistical and technical assistance that has allowed many of these law enforcement systems and customs officials to intercept many of these shipments. As well as, of course, advise border security systems, like you mentioned with Jordan. And of course, the Jordanian border surveillance system is one of the most advanced in the region. Despite a few blind spots related to weather conditions, it's very robust and it's been very useful in being able to detect a lot of these Captagon shipments that have been tried to be smuggled between the Syrian-Jordanian border. How do you think the United States can be a proactive actor with countries like Jordan, potentially with Lebanon as well, countries both in the Levant and the greater region, in providing more technical assistance, encouraging dialogue, and of course also promoting awareness and accountability about the Captagon trade? Oh, I think you're on mute.
I'm off mute. So I think, first of all, we've been actively engaging with countries across the region, and I was interested in the discussion also on the previous question, because some of what we were discussing on the previous question are things that we are already doing or that part of the mix on our thinking, but again, useful to see them in your report and to get the perspectives that we got in the discussion, but certainly balancing the supply side and the demand side of the problem are always a part of the U.S. approach, and as well as working with partners and getting partners engaged. So we have been working with our allies and regional countries on the growing threat of the Captagon trafficking and increasing coordination between the governments that are fighting it, including through the exchange of information, identification of targets, and coordination of operations to combat Captagon trafficking and distribution. We're also seeking to enhance existing programs to strengthen interdiction and improve port and border security, expand cooperation with the transit countries, and implement effective demand reduction strategies. We want to remain in close touch with our partners in the region on this issue and find ways to continue to enhance our collaboration to try to stop the Captagon trafficking or programming. The State Department programming includes programs running by the Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs that seek to strengthen the capacity of states' criminal justice and law enforcement agencies and better enable the countries to respond to narcotics issues within their borders. The State Department has a variety of unique tools at its disposal. We have numerous authorities to address those who lead, facilitate, or are complicit in drug trafficking and transnational organized crime. And the department's narcotics and transnational organized crime rewards program is one of them. They support law enforcement efforts to bring major drug violators and transnational criminals to justice, and they disrupt and deter transnational organized crime. We also coordinate with Treasury as it relates to Treasury's sanctions authorities, including the authorities to target transnational criminal actors and those involved in the illicit drug trade. And certainly talking with the governments, neighboring countries, and looking at how we can work with them as well.
Absolutely. I have one more question, and I think we're going to move on to our public Q&A. And I'm starting to see some questions trickle in. And of course, to our audience members who've just joined us or who have not posed a question, at the feature below, the Q&A button, feel free to field an inquiry for our panelists, and we'll be sure to try and answer them. My last question, of course, is to Congressman Hill, and it has to do, of course, with this this proposed bill, the Captagon Act, and of course the next steps that you perceive are necessary for the United States to counter Captagon and to build a more cohesive and comprehensive strategy. The proposal, of course, has been very centric on Syria itself and many elements of the Assad regime. Do you see space down the line to include other elements of the Captagon trade, some of the middlemen that have been crucial in helping traffic Captagon, especially with concerns that Captagon is expanding very quickly into not only a Syrian perpetuated trade, but also a Syrian and Iran aligned militia perpetuated trade? Do you think that there might be space down the line, or that this might be a blind spot of a potential U.S. strategy?
Well, hopefully we'll get the language right in the legislation that would let the executive branch, upon convening the interagency, to have some discretion to follow the trail where it leads, so that they're able to use all their tools, law enforcement, diplomatic, sanction, at all, to disrupt. Because when you use the word disrupt, that is a very broad situation, and we see that in the work we do on transnational crime now. It's a sort of an all method, all location situation, in conjunction, obviously, with countries involved. So I would hope yes. I'd say, we had real positive support as we pursued this in the National Defense Authorization Bill, because we do view this as a national security issue. And while it was not fully accepted there's recognition that this is important. It was in the report language, which I've never viewed as a staffer or as a member as a cop-out. I view that as a great victory. And so it has allowed us to build this bipartisan consensus over in House Foreign Affairs to do this in the right way. And we would want comments and technical expertise from the executive branch to make sure that is worded right, and interested outside parties as well. So I think you raise a key point, and it's one that we ought to take into account when we do that final drafting and approval. I also would just mention to the Assistant Secretary's comments, we have a broad group of FIU people around the country that meet on a parliamentary basis. That's called the Financial action task force or something like that, but it's a parliamentary group. And so we're actually speaking to legislators in around the world. Is a pretty good global footprint. And I think this is another area where we can raise this issue with that group to make sure that they're focused on it. I do believe parallel discussion between elected officials in both countries that echo the priorities of our executive are very important. And it's a way to raise the education level, because when we began this issue on the NDAA, the default comment was, what are you talking about? And for something this serious, that's not good. So I want to, again, as we conclude and turn to the open questions, thank Carolyn and New Lines and Matt and your work and the Department of State for really raising this issue so that we can all be on the same page. Thanks.
I couldn't agree more. Definitely public awareness about the Captagon trade. And again, you know, it's very much a chameleon, it seems like, in the illicit space, but at the same time, you know, this has really dominated the geopolitical, security, healthcare landscape of the region, which makes it even more important to raise awareness, especially with the United States and its partners. I'd like to, of course, proceed to some of our questions from the audience. We have a really excellent question from Chad Brand for Representative French Hill. Can we expect to see the Captagon Act filed again as an amendment with the Rules Committee when it considers the financial year 2023 NDAA, as was the case in 2021?
I think that's obviously a likely area, but this time I think we will have built a broader coalition on both sides of the aisle and on both sides of the hill for this conversation. And whether it takes a standalone approach or if it takes an NDAA approach, I believe we'll have a much better consensus moving it. And so I remain in this calendar year optimistic about that.
Wonderful. And then we have another question for Mr. Zweig. What legislative measures or actions would you like to see from Congress in addition to the Captagon Act?
Thanks. And I think it really depends on what you want to do and how do you want to go about addressing it. So, for example, you could look at a pilot program using building partnership capacity, permanent partnership, building partnership capacity authorities through DoD, right? Kind of given their emphasis on not just counterterrorism, et cetera, but counter-narcotics and border security. You could look at determinations under the Foreign Assistance Act, right, as to whether Syria is a narco state. Again, that would not necessarily impact humanitarian assistance, the humanitarian assistance we provide to Syria because of existing carve-outs within that act. You could look at maybe modernizing or asking the question for the International Narcotics Strategy Report, to the point that Congressman Hill made in terms of getting more information out into the space about Captagon. You could look at subsequent rounds of serious sanctions. You could look even at modernizing the Kingpin Act in a way that assists and complements with these efforts. But just to one point that Congressman Hill made with respect to the National Defense Authorization Act process and the conference report, which I think bears repeating. The National Defense Authorization Act process was truncated this year. It was very short. And because of the multi-committee jurisdiction that required for approval, I think ultimately they simply ran out of time with the Captagon amendment that Congressman Hill and Senator Marshall were championing in that legislation. But they said something very specific in that act, which is they said that Captagon is a problem, meaning to my to my eyes they simply ran out of time, but they want to come back and address the issue.
Absolutely. That looks like that's all for our audience questions. So we're going to wrap up a bit early, but I just want to say just thank you so much to our panelists, our distinguished guests, who've sat down with us today, carved time out of their very busy schedules to be with us to talk about this important issue. Congressman Hill, I think you were absolutely right. We're at this stage in the debate about Captagon where not many people know about this drug. They still formally associate it almost exclusively with the Islamic State or some kind of pill that certain actors, jihadist actors have used, and we're just not at that stage anymore with this trade. And it's very important to have discussions like these and to have research out there that does shine a light on the actors, state, non-state, and the implications of this trade. So thank you so much. It really was wonderful hearing your perspectives from those who have previously served in government, to those who are on Capitol Hill, and of course those who are at the Department of State. It's really refreshing to see that this issue is being taken incredibly seriously by the United States in a number of different capacities and elements, because this really is a trade that has serious regional security, healthcare, and geopolitical implications that threaten U.S. interests in the Middle East and beyond. So with that, I just want to thank you. Thank you so much to our audience members. Thank you, of course, to the staff at the New Lines Institute who made this conference possible, 3 panels in a row on the trades actors, its regional implications, and now with our 3rd panel on a U.S. strategy. My name is Caroline Rose, Senior Analyst at the New Lines Institute, signing off. Thank you all for your hard work. And if you're interested in watching a recorded version of this discussion, please check out New Lines Institute's YouTube channel for more work about the Captagon trade as well at www.newlinesinstitute.org. Thank you so much. I hope you all have a great day and a great long weekend for the upcoming holiday.
Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you. Thank you all. I really appreciate it.